The robbery in the wood stair in my apartment turned humid and sour 2 weeks ago. A faint tang of salt water and rotting wood seeping through the walls, creeping into every shadowed corner, no matter how many fans I turned on to drown it out, or how tightly I sealed the windows against the creeping chill that pressed against the glass like a memory I couldn't shake. It began when I found the bottle cap, an old, rusted twist-off from a beer, tucked into the corner of my desk drawer among dusty pens and faded receipts, its edges jagged and stained with faint brown smudges that looked too much like dried blood. Though I hadn't been back to that beach in years, not since that night etched itself into my mind like a wound I couldn't heal. Last night, I woke to rustling outside my window, soft, rhythmic whispers of leaves and sand shifting underfoot. A sound so vivid I could almost feel the damp earth beneath my boots, though. My fifth-floor view showed only empty streets when I stumbled to peer out, my breath fogging the pane as if the air had thickened with something alive. The glass streaked with wet streaks that glistened under the dim street lamp glow, their edges curling into shapes that seemed to writhe. When I stared too long, I'm a location scout now, a decade deep in chasing eerie haunts for film's overgrown trails, shadowed coastlines, but this isn't a place I can mark on a map and abandon. It's tied to a night from my spring break 7 years ago, a drunken trek with Teddy that turned sinister, a memory I'd buried until the bottle cap surfaced, dragging something dark and unyielding with it. Now, it's awake, and it's trailing me, its presence a hum that vibrates through my bones like footsteps I can't outrun, growing louder with every night I try to close my eyes and forget. I was about 20 years old when this happened, back home from college for spring break. Me and my friend Teddy, not his actual name, were having a few drinks and entertaining 2 girls we used to go to high school with. Since we weren't old enough to go out to bars, we gave our cash to the girls. They picked up our drinks. Then we met up at a nice secluded beach we knew of. But to get to that section of the beach, we had to walk through a section of really thick forested area. That night, though, as we set out with our cheap flashlights and bravado, something felt different. A weight in the air we couldn't name but couldn't ignore. A stillness that pressed against us like a warning whispered through the leaves. The path stretched ahead like a vein through the forest's dark heart, its edges swallowed by gnarled roots and twisting vines that clawed at the dirt, barely visible under the weak beams of our flashlights that flickered with every step we took. Jess giggled beside me, her voice a soft spark in the gloom, her arm brushing mine as we navigated the uneven trail. The beers sloshing faintly in Mia's backpack with a rhythm that matched our unsteady pace. Mia hummed a tune under her breath, a nervous habit from our high school days, her flashlight darting from tree to tree as if expecting something to leap out, while Teddy trailed a step behind, his skateboard tucked under his arm, its wheels clicking faintly against his jacket. With every sway, everyone was fine with this. But then, as we're walking, we immediately realized something was just off. There were no frogs or bugs. The forest was silent, absolutely nothing but a calm stillness. Teddy and I quietly mentioned to each other that this usually meant a predator's around. But we'd had a few at this point and decided that we were probably the scariest thing out there. We continued down the path quietly, but with our heads kind of on a swivel. You know, as we walked deeper, the stillness thickened, wrapping around us like fog. A quiet so profound it seemed to swallow the crunch of leaves beneath our boots, leaving only the faint thud of our hearts echoing in our ears. I glanced at Teddy, his jaw tight, his eyes darting to the shadows that loomed beyond the flashlight's reach, and I nudged him with my elbow, whispering, "You hear that?" "Nothing." He nodded, his voice low and shaky as he muttered back, "Yeah, dude, it's like something's out there big, you know, predator shit." We'd learned it in biology class. Once silence meant danger, a sign that the small creatures had gone still, hiding from a threat. But the beers buzzing in our veins dulled the edge of fear, turning it into a reckless bravado that made us scoff at our own instincts. "We're the kings out here," I said with a grin, clapping his shoulder, my voice louder than it needed to be, as if I could banish the unease with sheer volume. Jess laughed, her hand squeezing mine, oblivious to the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers poised to snatch us from the path. But then the smell hit us, a faint whiff at first, carried on a breeze that shouldn't have been there, a stench that slithered through the silence like a warning whispered in the dark, a mixture of sour sweat and rancid breath that curled into our nostrils and lingered, heavy and wrong. coating my throat with every breath. The forest path gave way to the marsh like a reluctant surrender, the ground beneath our boots softening into a spongy mire that sucked at each step. A transition marked by the sudden shift from solid earth to a slick, wet expanse that stretched between the mainland and the barrier island we'd set our sights on. Jess clung tighter to my arm, her laughter fading into a nervous hum, while Mia's flashlight beam froze on a gnarled trunk ahead, its bark glistening wetly under the light. Teddy lagged behind, his skateboard now a burden clutched against his chest. The last part of the path cut through a marsh lowland area that connected the barrier island to the mainland. It is admittedly creepy as heck, with old winding trees covering the path. What little light we had from the moon was now being blotted out by a bunch of twisting branches. We began to traverse this path and were about midway through when I heard it. A really pronounced mechanical click, like a Coke bottle cap being popped or something. Teddy and I froze, and before we could actually figure out where the noise was coming from, we heard it again from a different direction. The stillness thickened, a quiet so profound it swallowed every sound, leaving only the faint gurgle of unseen water beneath the path, a hollow rhythm that mocked the life that should have thrived here. The scent deepened, sweat and rancid breath mingling with the marsh's rot, a thick odor that coated our throats. We were midway through when I heard a sharp, metallic click cutting through the silence like a blade, chilling my spine as it echoed in the fog. Teddy's breath hitched. "You hear that?" he whispered, his flashlight darting wildly. Before we could figure out its source, it came again, louder, closer, from the left. A sound that twisted the air into something alive, something that knew we were there. Jess's grip tightened. What the hell was that? Her voice trembling. Then, a pause, a heartbeat of silence so thick it pressed against my ears, and another click from behind, sharp and final, like a lock snapping shut, the marsh closing in, the trees leaning closer, their branches a cage blotting out the sky. The marsh pulsed around us, the air thick with rot. Jess and Mia screams, a jagged symphony echoing off the trees. My flashlight trembled, catching glimpses of jagged silhouettes closing in. Teddy's sprint faded into the fog, leaving me with the girls, their bodies pressed against mine. There was a brief pause, and then the forest simply just stood up. A dozen figures, vaguely silhouetted by moonlight, stood and began to move towards us from all directions. Without hesitation, Teddy took off into a full sprint. I go to follow but pull back after deciding that I couldn't leave the girls alone to be murdered. As they realized what was happening, they began to scream, the kind of scream that you only let out when you were sure that you're screwed. As I got my friends ready to run, I turned to see that the path was now blocked by a collection of eerie, dark shapes. It definitely felt like game over, no way out, hopelessly outnumbered by figures that didn't even appear to be human. I kept the girls behind me and got ready to make my last stand. The air growled, a low hum rising from the marsh, pulsing through the ground as the shadows swayed, their steps a drumbeat matching my heart. The closest figure loomed, its head tilting, a guttural snarl slithering through the fog, promising something worse than death. The figure closest to us ceased its advances, and an arm reached up from the dark mass and pulled off what I quickly realized was a helmet that had foliage strapped to it. Before I could even really compute what was happening, a man stepped into the beam, identifying himself as a Marine Corps captain, explaining they sometimes run war games on the stretch of beach, which I learned was public access but owned by the Navy. "Sorry kids," he said, his apology gruff as the others emerged, Marines in camo, their clicks radio signals, their stench sweat from ours in the muck. Relief crashed over me, Jess and Mia sobbing, Teddy escorted back by two Marines, sheepish and pale. But as we trudged back, a shadow lingered at the tree line, taller, thinner, unmoving, not a Marine, its eyes glinting red in the dark, watching us fade into the fog, a whisper of stay rasping through the silence, a promise that this wasn't over. The hitchhiker's shadowed air in my apartment turned stale and bitter 2 weeks ago, a faint tang of gasoline and cigarette ash seeping through the walls, creeping into every shadowed corner, no matter how many candles I lit to mask it, or how fiercely I scrubbed the floors with bleach to chase away the stubborn, clinging scent that seemed to settle into the very fabric of the place like a ghost I couldn't exorcise. It began when I found the matchbook, an old crumpled relic tucked into the corner of my dresser drawer, among faded receipts and loose change. its cover worn and stained with faint red smudges that looked too much like dried blood, though I hadn't touched it since I'd pulled it from Mum's attic box years ago. A keepsake from a story she'd told me only once. A tale from her wild days that had lodged in my mind like a splinter I couldn't pull free. Last night, I woke to a tapping on my window, soft, insistent raps like fingernails drumming on glass, a sound so vivid I could almost feel the vibrations trembling through the frame, though my third-floor view showed only empty streets. When I stumbled to peer out, my breath fogging the pane as if the air had thickened with something alive, the glass streaked with wet streaks that glistened under the dim street lamp glow, their edges curling into shapes that seemed to twist. When I stared too long, like shadows cast by something pacing just beyond the light. I'm a location scout now, a decade deep in chasing eerie haunts for film's deserted highways, shadowed gas stations, but this isn't a place I can pin on a map and abandon when the cameras stop rolling. It's tied to a night from my mum's past, a hitchhiking tale from the northeast spring that turned sinister, a memory she'd buried until the matchbook surfaced in my hands, dragging something dark and unyielding with it from the depths of her youth. Now, it's awake, and it's trailing me through my nights, its presence a hum that vibrates through my bones like footsteps I can't outrun, growing louder with every night I lie awake, trying to close my eyes and escape the weight that presses against my chest like a hand I can't shake off, a grip that tightens with every breath I draw. Back when my mum was in her late teens and early 20s, she did a lot of hitchhiking. I think this was super popular among young people in the 1960s and 1970s, a time when the open road was a siren call for the restless, a rite of passage for kids with dreams bigger than their wallets. She'd spin tales of those days over coffee at the kitchen table, her voice tinged with nostalgia for a freedom that felt untouchable now, her eyes glinting with the thrill of thumbing rides from strangers under wide-open skies. At the time, it wasn't yet considered dangerous really, and she did it for a few years. A fearless wanderer, crisscrossing the northeast with nothing but a backpack and a grin, chasing horizons that stretched beyond our sleepy town. But because we live up here in the northeast, it's not a great idea to engage in anything outdoorsy, hitchhiking included, until about early to mid-spring, when the snow finally melted and the roads shed their icy sheen, the air warming just enough to coax life back into the barren landscape. So this one year, Mum sets out at around Easter weekend, just as the good weather arrives, the promise of spring blooming in the crisp breeze, the world waking from its winter slumber as she slung her bag over her shoulder and headed out, her boots crunching on the gravel of our driveway, her laughter echoing back as she waved goodbye, a figure fading into the dusk with a confidence I'd always envied. That Easter though, something shifted, a ride that started like any other, but veered into a darkness she'd never shared fully, a story she'd whispered only once, late at night, her voice low and unsteady, a tale that now pulsed through, the matchbook in my hands, a relic of a night she'd tried to leave behind. The sun had dipped below the horizon by the time Mum reached the gas station, its neon sign buzzing faintly against the encroaching dusk, casting a sickly yellow glow over the cracked pavement and a single pump that stood like a lone sentinel. In the middle of nowhere, the northeast spring was still raw, the air crisp with the bite of late March, the good weather of Easter weekend only just beginning to thaw the frost from the fields that stretched endlessly around the station, their edges swallowed by a creeping fog that rolled in from the woods beyond, a shroud that blurred the line between earth and sky. She'd been walking for hours, her boots scuffing the gravel shoulder of the highway, her backpack slung over one shoulder, the weight of it a familiar ache as she chased the promise of the next town, a bigger place with lights, people, and a chance to crash for the night. The station was a speck of life in the desolation, its flickering lights a beacon she couldn't ignore, even as the stillness of the evening pressed against her, a quiet too deep, too heavy for a spring night that should have buzzed with the first stirrings of crickets or the croak of frogs. Waking from their winter sleep, she met an older man at a gas station and asked him if he could take her along to the next bigger town, her voice steady but edged with the fatigue of a long day on the road, her breath visible in the cooling air as she approached his truck, a rusted Chevy parked crookedly near the pump, its engine idling with a low, uneven growl that seemed to rumble through the ground beneath her feet. He was hunched over the hood, a wiry figure in a faded flannel shirt, his grey hair thinning under a cap pulled low, his hands greasy from tinkering with something she couldn't see. She didn't really want to ask him because he gave off some strange vibes. A prickling unease that crawled up her spine as she caught the way his eyes flicked toward her, too quick, too sharp, a glint in them that didn't match the tired slump of his shoulders, a look that lingered too long before darting away. But the clock on the station wall ticked past 8, the evening deepening into night, and the gas station was out in the middle of the sticks. She couldn't just stay there, alone with the fog and the silence, the nearest town too far to reach on foot before dark swallowed her whole. So she told herself, "I'm sure it's going to be fine." Her words, a mantra, whispered under her breath as she forced a smile, shoving down the instinct that screamed at her to turn back, to wait for another ride, any ride but this one. He straightened as she spoke, his movements slow, deliberate, a predator uncoiling from rest, and the air shifted a faint whiff of cigarette smoke and something sour, like sweat left too long on unwashed skin, curling into her nostrils as he turned to face her fully, his eyes shadowed under the cap, unreadable but piercing, a gaze that seemed to strip her bare in the dim light. "Backseat," he grunted, his voice a low rasp that grated against the stillness, pointing a grease-stained finger toward the truck without meeting her eyes. When she wanted to get in the passenger seat, the man told her that she had to sit in the back, his tone flat but insistent, a command that brooked no argument as he stepped closer, his shadow stretching long and thin across the pavement, too long, too sharp for the weak neon glow above. She asked him why, but he wouldn't give her a clear answer, just kept insisting that she had to sit in the back, his words looping like a broken record. "Backseat, backseat," his voice growing tighter, sharper, each repetition a nail driven deeper into the unease, coiling in her gut. The truck's rear door creaked as he yanked it open, a sound like a scream swallowed by rust, and the interior yawned, dark and empty, a black maw that seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the faint glint of something metal catching her eye in the shadows within, a flicker she couldn't place but couldn't ignore, a whisper of danger that hung heavy in the air as he stood there, waiting, watching, his silence louder than any threat. The truck's engine growled to life as Mom slid into the back seat, the rusted door slamming shut behind her with a hollow clang that echoed in the cramped space, sealing her in like a coffin lid snapping closed. The interior was a cave of shadows, the upholstery torn and stained, reeking of cigarette smoke and something sharper, metallic, that stung her nostrils with every breath, a scent that mingled with the sour tang of the man's unwashed flannel. As he climbed into the driver's seat, his silhouette hunched against the faint glow of the dashboard lights, his cap pulled low over eyes she couldn't see but felt watching her through the rearview mirror, a glint that flickered too briefly to catch. She shifted uncomfortably, her backpack pressed against her side, the beer bottles from earlier clinking faintly in her mind as a reminder of the carefree hours she'd left behind, now replaced by the oppressive weight of the truck's confines, its walls seeming to close in tighter with every rumble of the engine as it lurched forward onto the dark highway. They began a drive, and it was mostly uneventful. My mum tried to do some small talk with the man, but he'd only give her very short answers, his voice a low grunt that barely rose above the engine's hum, clipped responses like yeah or nope that landed heavy and dead in the air between them, each word a brick in the wall he built around himself. "Nice night, huh?" she ventured, her tone forced and bright, clinging to the normalcy of small talk as a lifeline, her fingers fidgeting with the strap of her bag. "Ma'am," he muttered, his hands tightening on the wheel, his knuckles whitening under the grime, his eyes flicking to the mirror, again too quick, too sharp a glance. That sent a shiver down her spine she couldn't explain. She thought maybe he's tired, so she just stopped trying to engage with him, her voice trailing off into the silence that swallowed the cab, a quiet so thick it pressed against her ears, broken only by the steady drone of the tires on asphalt, and the faint creak of the truck's frame as it swayed through the fog-shrouded night. The world beyond the windows, a blur of grey and black, a void that stretched endlessly into the northeast darkness. The silence grew heavier as the miles ticked by, a weight that settled into the cab like a fifth passenger, its presence palpable, alive, curling around her like tendrils of fog seeping through the cracks, whispering secrets she couldn't hear but felt in her bones, a warning she couldn't shake. The dashboard clock glowed a faint green, its hands creeping past 9, then 10. The numbers a slow march toward an unknown end as the truck rolled deeper into the night, the headlights slicing through the mist but revealing nothing, no signs, no landmarks, just an endless ribbon of road, flanked by skeletal trees that loomed like sentinels guarding a path she hadn't chosen. A faint hum rose from the floorboards, a low, guttural vibration that pulsed through the seat, through her legs, a sound that wasn't the engine, wasn't mechanical, but something older, something alive, something that watched from the shadows. Beyond the glass, its rhythm syncing with the thud of her heart as the truck swayed. The man's silence a shroud that wrapped tighter with every mile. She glanced at the rearview mirror, catching his eyes again, dark, unreadable, fixed on her for a split second before darting away, a look that turned her unease into a cold knot in her stomach, a realization that she was trapped, a passenger in a journey she no longer controlled. Finally, they reached the town where my mum wanted to go. She told the guy to pull over at a specific location, her voice cutting through the silence with a forced calm as she leaned forward, pointing to the neon glow of a diner ahead, its sign a beacon. In the fog, a promise of safety she could almost taste. "Right there, by the diner," she said, her hand steady despite the tremor in her chest. When they reached the location, he simply drove past, didn't even slow down, the truck rolling on as if her words were wind. The diner's lights blurring into a streak of color in the window, fading into the dark as the road stretched onward, unbroken, unending. Her breath caught a sharp, icy stab of fear piercing her lungs as the truck's hum deepened, the vibration growing stronger, the shadows outside shifting, pressing closer, their forms flickering at the edge of her vision like ghosts pacing the highway, waiting for her to falter. "Hey, stop," she snapped, louder now, her voice edged with a panic she couldn't hide, her hands gripping the seat as the town slipped away behind them, swallowed by the night. The truck barreled onward through the fog, its headlights slicing through the mist, but illuminating nothing, no signs. No crossroads, just an endless stretch of asphalt, flanked by skeletal trees that clawed at the night sky, their branches weaving, a lattice that seemed to trap the world beyond the windows in a cage of shadow. The hum from the floorboards deepened, a low growl that pulsed through the seats, through Mom's legs, a vibration that wasn't just the engine but something older, something alive, a rhythm that synced with the thudding of her heart as the reality of her situation sank in like ice water flooding her veins. Jess's diner was long gone, its neon glow a fading memory swallowed by the dark, and the town's lights had vanished behind them, leaving only the truck and the rotor tunnel into nowhere. A journey she hadn't signed up for, guided by a man whose silence was a wall she couldn't breach, his hunched form a statue at the wheel, his cap casting a shadow that hid his eyes but not the weight of his presence, a weight that pressed against her chest with every mile they rolled deeper. Into the northeast night, my mom got really confused and asked him to pull over at the next crossroad, her voice cutting through the cab with a forced calm that masked the panic rising in her throat. "Hey, you missed it, pull over up ahead, at the next turn," she said, leaning forward, her hands gripping the edge of the seat as she scanned the darkness for any sign of a road, a light, anything to anchor her to the world she knew. But once again he simply continued driving, the truck rolling on as if her words were dust, the engine's growl swallowing her plea, the dashboard clock ticking past 11 now, its green glow a mocking reminder of time slipping away. She asked him, "What are you doing?" her tone sharpening as the knot in her stomach tightened, her eyes darting to the rearview mirror, catching that glint again, his gaze flicking to her, too quick, too cold, a look that turned her confusion into a raw, jagged fear. He didn't respond. Instead, he pushed down the central lock, which locked all four doors with a sharp, mechanical clack that echoed in the cab like a gunshot, the sound snapping her senses awake, her breath catching as the realization hit. She was trapped, a prisoner in a rusted cage hurtling through the night. The man's silence no longer tired but deliberate, a mask hiding something she couldn't name but felt in her bones. The cab darkened, a shadow shifting beyond the windows, too tall, too thin to be a tree, pacing alongside the truck as it sped through the fog, its form flickering in the corner of her eye. A presence that wasn't him but something else, something that hummed with the truck, its growl rising into a snarl that vibrated through the floor, through her spine, a sound that wasn't mechanical but alive, hungry, waiting. Her pulse hammered, her hands fumbling for the door handle locked, useless, her backpack sliding to the floor as she twisted. In the seat, the beer bottles clinking faintly, a cruel echo of the night she'd left behind. Luckily, my mum is a very confident person and, if she wants to, She can be very scary as well, she told me. Quote, for a few seconds I panicked. But then I said to the guy in a calm and very stern voice, stop the car right now and let me out, her words slicing through the cab like a blade. Steady despite the tremor in her chest, her eyes locking onto the back of his head. Her will a steel rod bending the air between them. He didn't flinch, his hand steady on the wheel. The truck rolling on as if she hadn't spoken, the hum growing louder, the shadow outside pressing closer, its edges sharpening in the fog. The guy didn't react, so she said it one more time. Right now, her voice rising into a command that cracked the silence like thunder, a force that made the air shiver. Her confidence a weapon honed by years of facing down the road's uncertainties. Her fear forged into a fire that burned through, the panic threatening to drown her. His shoulders stiffened, a flicker of movement, a crack in his mask hand, then a sound, a low guttural hiss slithering from his throat. Not a word but a snarl, a noise that wasn't human, wasn't alive, chilling her blood as the truck swerved. The shadow outside lunging closer, its form pulsing in the fog like a heartbeat she couldn't see but felt. Apparently he got scared because he pulled over and unlocked the door. He didn't say a single word, his hand slamming the brake. The truck lurching to a stop on the shoulder, the central lock clicking open with a reluctant snap as he stared. Straight ahead, his cap shadowing his face, his silence a wall that didn't break even as she shoved the door open, the cold night air rushing in like a lifeline. She got out, and once she was out, she ran away, her boots pounding the gravel, her backpack bouncing against her back as she sprinted into the fog. The diner's distant glow a beacon she chased, her breath ragged as she plunged into the trees, the truck's hum fading behind her but not the shadow, its rustle lingering at the edge of her hearing, a whisper that followed her into the night, a promise that this wasn't the end. She didn't stop running until the trees thinned, the fog parting to reveal the faint outline of a highway sign, its rusted edges glinting under the moon like a lifeline. She'd clawed her way back to her lungs burned, her legs trembling as she stumbled onto the shoulder. The diner's lights, a distant speck she chased with every ounce of strength left, her shadow stretching long behind her but not alone, a second shape flickering at its edge, too tall, too thin, keeping pace as she ran. The night swallowed her footsteps, but not the rustle, a faint, persistent whisper weaving through the trees, a sound that wasn't wind, wasn't leaves, but something alive, something that followed her through the fog, its presence a hum that pulsed in her ears, a snarl that lingered in the dark, like a promise she couldn't outrun, a shadow that didn't fade even as the truck's taillights vanished into the mist. She reached the diner at last, bursting through the door into the warmth of fluorescent lights and the clatter of late-night chatter, collapsing into a booth as the waitress eyed her with concern. But outside, through the streaked window, a shape stood in the fog, its eyes glinting red like embers, watching her through the glass, a silent vow that this ride wasn't over, that it would wait, patient and unyielding, for the next time she dared the road alone. The sculptor's corsethy air in my studio turned stale and sour 3 weeks ago, a faint tang of wax and damp stone seeping through the walls, creeping into every shadowed corner, no matter how many windows I flung open, or how fiercely I scrubbed the floors to chase away the stubborn, clinging scent that seemed to rise from the very slabs I carved, a ghost I couldn't banish, a memory that wasn't mine but pulsed through the tools I held. It began when I found the chisel, an old rusted sculptor's blade, tucked into the corner of my workbench drawer, among dust-caked sketches and broken pencils, its edge chipped and stained with faint grey smudges that looked too much like ash, though I hadn't touched it since I'd inherited it from an estate sale years ago, a relic tied to a name I'd only read in faded newsprint, a tale of genius and madness that had lodged in my mind like a shard I couldn't pull free. Last night, I woke to a scraping on my window, slow, deliberate scratches, like a blade dragging across glass, a sound so vivid I could almost feel the vibrations cutting through the silence, though my loft's view showed only empty streets. When I stumbled to peer out, my breath fogging the pain as if the air had thickened with something alive, the glass streaked with wet streaks that glistened under the dim street lamp glow, their edges curling into shapes that seemed to twist when I stared too long, like figures carved from shadow pacing just beyond the light. I'm a sculptor now, a decade deep in shaping stone into forms that breathe, but This isn't a piece I can chisel and abandon. It's tied to a man from Pasadena, a craftsman whose hands shaped beauty and terror. A story my mother whispered once when I asked about the chisel, her voice low and unsteady. A legacy of art and blood that now hums through the blade in my hands, its presence a weight that vibrates through my bones like footsteps I can't outrun. Growing louder with every night I try to close my eyes and forget. This Robert George Irwin was born on August 5th of 1907 in Pasadena, California, a sun-bleached town where the air shimmered with heat and the promise of something greater. A cradle for a boy whose life would twist into shadows no one could foresee. His father was the Reverend Benjamin Irwin, a titan of the national holiness movement of the late 19th century, and a man who had admirably dedicated himself to the cause of racial integration within the church. A towering figure whose sermons thundered through packed pews, his voice a clarion call for unity in a fractured world. His ideals lofty enough to cast a long shadow over the boy who bore his name, a shadow that promised salvation but delivered ruin. Benjamin Irwin was a womanizer and a bigamist. Abandoning Robert's mother when the boy was just 3 years of age, the desertion rendered them impoverished, dooming the boy to an upbringing characterized by extreme deprivation, a betrayal that stripped them bare, leaving them in a crumbling shack on Pasadena's fringes, where the walls wept with damp and the wind howled through gaps no preacher's prayers could fill. Mom would cradle him amid the squalor, her hands rough from scrubbing floors to keep them fed, her eyes hollow with the weight of a man who'd preached purity but lived sin, a hypocrite whose firebrand faith masked a heart as cold as the nights they shivered through without coal. Robert grew up scavenging scraps from alleys, his small hands clutching stones he'd later learned to shape. A boy forged in hunger and neglect, his talent a flickering ember in the ashes of a life his father's abandonment had burned to the ground. The reformatory loomed over Pasadena's outskirts like a grey monument to lost youth, its stone walls weathered and cold, a fortress where boys like Robert were sent to be reshaped, though not always for the better. At 16, he was a wiry figure with hollow cheeks and hands too large for his frame, his eyes glinting with a hunger no meal could sat. A boy forged in the crucible of his father's betrayal and his mother's despair, his fingers already adept at coaxing shapes from the stones he'd scavenged in his impoverished youth. When Robert was in his mid-teens, a state reformatory offered him a sculpturing apprenticeship. He spent the next 15 months of his life learning how to turn chunks of rock into breathtaking works of art, proving himself a natural talent in the process, his hands moving with a grace that belied the chaos within, chiseling rough granite into forms that seemed to breathe under the dim light of the workshop, each stroke a release for the rage that simmered beneath his quiet demeanor. The wardens watched in awe as he shaped busts and figures with an uncanny precision, his talent a flicker of light in the reformatory's gloom, a gift that promised escape from the shackles of his past, a promise that would twist into something darker as the years wore on. Robert spent time studying under the tutelage of a sculpting idol, Laredo Taft, a master whose towering works adorned Chicago's parks, a man who saw in Robert a raw, untamed genius and took him under his wing after his release, guiding his hands through marble and clay in studios thick with dust and the echo of chisels striking stone. Taft taught him to capture the human form, its curves, its shadows, its secrets, molding Robert into an artist whose sculptures spoke with a life of their own, a skill that carried him westward to Hollywood's waxwork studios, where the glitz of Tinseltown met the grit of his craft. By his late 20s, Robert had a reputation as one of the best sculptors of his generation. His work was admired from coast to coast, his wax figures gracing museums and private collections, their faces so lifelike they seemed to stare back at those who gazed upon them, their eyes glinting with an eerie stillness that unsettled even the boldest critics, a realism that bordered on the uncanny, as if he'd trapped souls within the wax rather than merely shaped it. But beneath the surface, something festered, a shadow that grew with every stroke of his chisel, a darkness that whispered through the studio's silence, its voice a low hum that pulsed in the air as he worked late into the night, his hands trembling not from exhaustion, but from a rage he couldn't name. His peers noticed it first, the way his laughter turned sharp, his silences too long, his gaze too intense when it lingered on faces he'd later carve from memory, their features twisted into expressions no living man should wear. One night, it broke free, a scream tearing from his throat as he lunged at a co-worker with a razor-sharp sculpting tool. his eyes wild, his voice a snarl that wasn't human, a sound that echoed through the waxworks like a curse unleashed. From the stone he'd shaped, the blade glinting red in the lamplight as it slashed the air inches from flesh. The others pulled him back, their shouts drowning out the hum. But the incident lingered a crack in the facade of his genius, a glimpse of the violence that coiled within him like a serpent waiting to strike, a madness that would soon turn his art into a weapon, his talent into a terror that no one could unsee. The waxworks studio in Hollywood buzzed with the hum of creation, its air thick with the scent of melted wax and turpentine, a cavern of flickering lamps and the figures that lined the shelves like silent witnesses to the chaos brewing within its walls. Robert stood apart from his peers, his workbench a shrine to his genius, littered with tools and molds, his hands moving with a precision that turned molten wax into faces. So lifelike they seemed to breathe, yet beneath his talent simmered darkness no one could tame, a shadow that grew with every sculpture he shaped, its presence a low hum that pulsed through the studio's stillness, a sound only he seemed to hear. Robert also possessed extremely violent tendencies and once threatened a fellow waxworks employee with a razor-sharp sculpting tool. Physical conflict was somehow averted. Yet Robert's desire for revenge still lingered, and to claim it, he came up with a method as creative as it was creepy, a twisted artistry born from the rage that gnawed at him, a fury sparked by a co-worker's casual jester mocking laugh that echoed in his skull long after the man had turned away. Oblivious to the storm he'd unleashed, that night, the studio fell silent, the lamps dimmed to embers, and Robert worked alone, his shadow stretching long and jagged across the floor as he took a chunk of wax and began sculpting his workplace rival's face from memory, his hands trembling not from exhaustion but from a hunger that burned hotter with every stroke, the hum rising into a snarl that vibrated through the air, through the wax, a sound that wasn't human, wasn't alive, but something older, something that guided his fingers as they carved. Then, when the rival arrived for work the next morning, he was startled to see a near-flawless replica of his own face sitting on his desk. But it wasn't the likeness which unsettled him, it was the expression, a mask of pure terror, frozen, in wax, eyes wide and glassy, mouth twisted in a silent scream, the kind of primal fear that claws at the soul before a blade finds its mark. A visage so vivid it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, staring back at the man with an accusation he couldn't name. The air thickened as he stumbled back, his gasp a sharp crack in the silence, the hum swelling into a roar that only Robert heard, a chorus of whispers weaving through the studio as the other workers froze, their eyes darting to the figure, to Robert, to the shadow that seemed to stretch beyond him, too tall, too thin, a shape that lingered in the wax's gaze, watching, waiting. The rival fled, his footsteps echoing out the door, never to return. His departure, a victory that fueled Robert's grinner, smile too wide, too sharp, a crack in the mask of the artist they thought they knew, but the darkness didn't rest, coiled tighter, its hum a constant companion as Robert's mind unraveled, his sculptures growing stranger, their faces etched with terror no one could explain, their eyes glinting red in the studio's dim light as if lit from within. One night, it broke free, a scream tearing from his throat as he turned the tools on himself, the razor-sharp chisel glinting in his hand as he attempted to castrate himself, his blood pooling on the floor, a crimson mirror reflecting a face, twisted in agony, the hum rising into a shriek that echoed through the studio, a sound that wasn't his but something else, something that laughed as he carved his own flesh. He attempted to castrate himself with his own sculpting tools and was partially successful in doing so. The attempt earned him a year-long stay at a California state mental hospital, its white walls a cage where doctors prodded his mind, their voices a drone against the hum that never left him, their treatments a futile bid to silence the shadow that clung to his soul. Upon his discharge, Robert departed California altogether. He moved to New York City, finding accommodation in a rooming house owned by a woman named Mary Gideon. The city's grey sprawl, a new canvas for his art and his madness, its streets a labyrinth where the hum followed, a whisper in the alleys that promised more than he could yet imagine, a call he couldn't resist as he stepped into the unknown, the chisel's weight a tether to the terror he'd left behind, and the terror yet to come. The New York rooming house on East 50th Street stood like a relic of a bygone era, its brownstone facade weathered and cracked, its windows staring blankly into the grey sprawl of the city. a labyrinth of shadows where Robert sought refuge after his escape from California's sterile wards. Mary Gideon's boarding house was a warren of narrow halls and creaking floors, its air thick with the scent of boiled cabbage and old wood, a place where tenants shuffled past each other in silence, their lives a quiet hum beneath the city's roar, a hum that grew louder in Robert's ears, a vibration that pulsed through the walls as he settled into his cramped room. The chisel from his past, now a constant companion, its rusted edge glinting in the dim light of a single bulb that swayed faintly overhead. He'd come seeking redemption, a fresh start in a city that swallowed men whole. But the hum followed him, a shadow that clung to his every step, whispering secrets he couldn't silence, a call that grew sharper with every night he spent carving wax and stone in the flickering dark, his hands trembling not from exhaustion but from a hunger that gnawed at his soul. When he arrived at the New York rooming house and met the owner's daughter, Ethel, Robert suffered a catastrophic psychological regression. He became dangerously obsessed with the young woman, her presence a spark that ignited the chaos within him, a fire that burned through the fragile walls he'd built in the hospital, crumbling the lessons of restraint into ash. Ethel was a vision, dark hair, framing a face soft with youth, her laughter a melody that drifted through the halls, her eyes glinting with a warmth he mistook for something meant for him, a perfection he carved into his mind with every glance. The hum turned to a snarl, a low guttural roar that pulsed through the rooming house, weaving through the walls as he watched her, his hands twitching with the need to shape her, to trap her in wax or stone, his breath hitching as the shadow grew taller, thinner, its form flickering in the corner of his vision, a presence that wasn't Ethel but something else, something that fed on his obsession, its eyes glinting red in the dark like embers waiting to ignite. He tried to speak to her, his voice a stammered mess, his attempts at charm crumbling into awkward silences that left her smiling politely before turning away. Each rejection a chisel strike to his fragile mind, each rebuff a fuel for the shadow that loomed larger with every night he spent alone, sculpting her face in secret, his tools scraping a rhythm that matched the hum's relentless beat. The city's grey days blurred into months, then years, his obsession a thread that pulled him back to the hospital Rockland state, where crude treatments dulled the hum but not the hunger. 2 years of electric shocks and whispered lectures that faded against the shadow's call. Released in the summer of 1936, he returned, a man remade, or so he thought, his hands steady as he sought Ethel again, only to find her betrothed to another, a blow that shattered him. The hum roaring into a scream as he carved her in alabaster, her neck coiled with a serpent, a masterpiece of beauty and terror. Then came Easter Sunday of 1937, the air thick with fog as he walked to Mary Gideon's house, the hum a thunder in his ears, the shadow pacing beside him, its form sharpening. In the mist, as he slipped through the unlocked door, a silent predator in a sleeping home. Relatives of the Gideon family arrived at the rooming house to have dinner with them, but when they walked inside, they found the doors unlocked and a grisly discovery waiting for them inside. Mary Gideon and her young daughter Veronica were lying on the ladder's bedroom floor. Both had been strangled and stabbed to death, their bodies sprawled in a crimson pool, their faces twisted in terror that mirrored his waxworks, their throats bruised, their chests pierced by a blade he'd wielded with the same precision he'd once shaped stone. In the next room, the lifeless body of Mr. Frank Burns, a deaf Englishman who had also been stabbed multiple times, lay still, his blood soaking the sheets, a silent witness to a rampage he'd never heard, a slaughter born from a mind that saw Ethel in every shadow, every scream. The house held its breath as he stood over them, the hum a chorus now, a snarl that vibrated through the walls, through the blood-streaked floors, the shadow towering behind him, its red eyes glinting in the dark as he carved a final piece of bar of soap shaped into a screaming face, a token left among the dead, a whisper of his madness that lingered as he fled into the fog. He vanished into the city's grey maze, the streets swallowing him whole. But the hum didn't fade, it pulsed through the chisel I now hold, a vibration that wakes me each night, a shadow that lingers in my studio, its red eyes glinting from the stone I carve, a promise that Robert's art lives on, a curse that cuts deeper than any blade, a terror that waits for me to shape it anew. The shadow on Easter Road's air in our house turned damp and heavy 2 weeks ago, a faint tempt of gasoline seeping through the walls, a scent I couldn't scrub away no matter how many windows I opened. It started when I found the old pilot's fob with a tiny airplane charm tucked into my wife's jacket pocket, stained with faint black smudges like oil, a relic from a night years ago that clung to us like a shadow we couldn't shake. Last night, I woke to a hum outside, a low growl like an engine idling. So vivid I felt it in the glass, though our street was empty when I looked, my breath fogging the pane, the window streaked with wet marks that twisted under the street lamp, like something alive watching back. I'm a mechanic now, a decade deep in fixing engines, but this isn't a machine I can repair. It's tied to a night from our dating days, an Easter Sunday drive that turned dark, a memory we buried until the keychain surfaced, dragging something sinister with it. Now, it's here, a rumble in my bones I can't outrun, growing louder each night I try to sleep. Indeed, this might not seem so frightening to some, but to me and my wife, it's one of the most unsettling things that's ever happened to us. We laugh about it now, over coffee, but back then, it was raw fear that cut deep, a test before we built a life together. So, I happened to be married to a commercial pilot, and I often pick her up from the airport after particularly long flights. This happened back when we were still dating, at around 9 p.m. on Easter Sunday of all days. She'd just flown in from a cross-country haul, her uniform crisp despite the hours, her eyes tired but relieved as she slid into our old Ford. The airport's hum faded as I turned onto the highway. The promise of home, a quiet comfort. Easter should have been peaceful, church bells still in our ears, spring's first breath in the air, but that night, the road had other plans, twisting into a drive that started with her smile and ended with a shadow we couldn't escape. The highway stretched ahead, flanked by wet fields. The moon, a faint crescent barely piercing the fog that rolled in from the woods. My wife rested her head against the window, her pilot's cap on her lap, murmuring about her flight, her voice soft in the engine's hum. I kept my eyes on the road, the silence between us a comfort after her long day. We were heading home from the airport when the road took us by a pull-off where some country dumpsters were on one side of the road. As we drove by, a blacked-out car that had been parked spun out of the gravel and got right behind me, doing the speed limit. Its tires crunched as it lurched onto the pavement, headlights dark. A late 2000s Chevy shadowing us in my rearview mirror. I glanced back, a jolt of unease gripping me as it clung close, its tinted windshield a black void, no hood visible, just that dark glass staring back, pressing against my spine like a cold threat. "He's too close," she said, her pilot's calm sharpening as she turned, her hand on the armrest. The Chevy matched my 55 miles per hour, its engine a low growl beneath ours. Too deliberate, too alive. I flicked my blinker, taking a random left onto a side road, thinking he'd pass some impatient local, maybe, but he followed, tires squealing as he mirrored me through 2 more turns, a pattern that turned my unease into certainty. This wasn't random. The growl deepened, a snarl vibrating through the car, the fog thickening as the trees closed in, their branches clawing the sky like skeletal hands waiting to grab us. "Hold on," I muttered, my voice tight, my mind racing to shake him loose. My knuckles whitened on the wheel, the Ford's engine rumbling as the fog swallowed the road. My wife's voice sharp beside me. "Wise, he's still there." Her calm, cracking as she watched the Chevy, its dark bulk steady in the mirror, a predator pacing us. I mean, he was so close in the rear view that I could only see the tint on his windshield. Not even his car's hood. It wasn't a cop car. It was an early 2000s Chevy, and it was following us. I took another turn, blinker flashing, tires squealing, onto a narrower lane, hoping he'd give up, but he stayed glued, his shadow echoing every move, his silence a threat louder than any horn. I told my wife to hold on to something and aggressively turned down a side road with my blinker indicating another way, my foot slamming the gas as I swerved right, the blinker a fake left, the Ford lurching onto gravel, twisting through trees. The snarl roared, the Chevy's tire screeching as it followed, its shape lunging closer, a shadow pulsing in the fog, its red-tinted windshield glinting like eyes that knew our every move, a presence that wasn't just metal but something alive, something hunting us through the night. I sped 90 down a road with a much lower speed limit than that, took a few extra turns, and ended up parking in the airport parking lot, turned off my lights and we waited. The engine screamed past 90, weaving through back roads. The trees a blur of shadows. Her hand braced on the dash as we raced to the airport lot. I killed the lights, plunging us into darkness, and we sank low, watching the growl fading as we held our breath. Then it came, the Chevy barreling past, hauling through the fog, its red eyes glinting as it rounded a bend and vanished. The snarl, echoing in the lot, a sound that wasn't gone, wasn't silenced, but waiting. We waited 5-10 minutes, sent till the night settled, the hum distant, the shadow out of sight. "We're clear," I whispered, her eyes wide, her grip loosening, but the chill stayed. A whisper in the dark, that wasn't just a car. I started the engine, keeping the lights off, guiding the Ford by moonlight through twisting back, my hands shaky, my wife silent beside me, her fingers still tight on the armrest. That same car came barreling down the road, just absolutely hauling. I watched him go around a bend out of sight and took off hauling in the opposite direction with my lights off, using the moonlight only to see. And once I got close to a main road, I flicked the lights on and drove under the speed limit the rest of the way home. The highway's glow guided us, the Ford crawling at 40 in a 55, my eyes flicking to the mirror, half expecting that black shape to lunge from the fog. Its red gaze a specter I couldn't shake. It has us both really freaked out. We almost called the cops and parked at the police station so the cops could pull them over instantly. "Should we?" she asked, her phone trembling in her hand as we neared home, but we didn't fear of nothing to show keeping. As quiet as we pulled into our driveway, the house's lights, a fragile shield. I had no idea what they were doing, but I don't play any games with that kind of thing. A vow forged in that panic, a certainty that whatever chased us wasn't done. The hum lingered, a growl pulsing through the walls. Not the wind, not the house, but something alive in the keychain, its airplane charm glinting red like eyes that never blinked. A whisper in our nights, a shadow at the edge of our dreams, waiting for the next dark road to find us again. The table of terror on Breakup Boulevard. Breakup suck, and going through a hard one can make you do things you're not proud of. Some people rebound by going out and meeting someone new, which is never a good idea. But for me, I didn't even realize I was rebounding until it was too late. About a year ago, I broke up with my ex of 6 years, a relationship that hit me hard when it ended, the weight of the loss crushing me as I struggled to move on. We'd bought a house together, but she kept it. I didn't want to stay there. The memory is too depressing. Each room a reminder of what we'd lost. With my now limited funds, I had to find a cheap place to rent, a stepping stone to get back on my feet and eventually afford something nicer. I let her keep everything, leaving me with almost nothing to my name. A clean slate that felt more like a void as I started over. I found a 2-month place to rent on Marketplace, a small apartment that fit my budget, and while browsing, I realized there was a ton of stuff to buy on Marketplace, a treasure trove of deals that helped me rebuild. I bought a couch, a recliner, a TV, and more, feeling like a king saving money, my new space slowly coming together with each purchase. But I didn't have tables or chairs, which made it hard to have people over for games or even to eat. My social life stunted by the lack of basic furniture. I found a girl, let's call her Leah, selling a table and chairs on Marketplace. The set looking beautiful and in great shape, a perfect addition to my home. I messaged her, went to see the table and chairs, and they were stunning. The wood polished, the chairs sturdy, exactly what I needed. While loading them into my truck, I started talking to Leah, and we discovered a shared experience. She'd also just gone through a horrible breakup, unloading stuff to move on, just like me. Our small talk turned into 2 hours of laughing and joking in her driveway, a connection sparking as we bonded over our breakups, the conversation flowing easily, her smile warm, her laughter a balm to my wounded heart. We exchanged numbers and set up a date to grab a drink that weekend, my excitement growing as I felt a spark I hadn't expected, a glimmer of hope after the darkness of my breakup. The date went well, and we went back to her place after the bar, the night leading to several more dates, and before I knew it, I was seeing her regularly. A rebound I didn't recognize at the time, my loneliness blinding me to the red flags. I thought I'd found someone to share my fresh start with, but the table and chairs from Marketplace were just the beginning. A lure that drew me into a relationship on Breakup Boulevard that would soon turn into a nightmare. Leah's warmth, hiding a darkness I couldn't have imagined. About a month into our relationship, I started noticing strange things. I'd go to the bathroom, and my phone would be in a different place. Or my computer screen, which had been idle, was now turned on. Signs that Leah was snooping. Her curiosity crossing boundaries I wasn't comfortable with. I figured she was just insecure, and since I had nothing to hide, I shrugged it off, thinking she'd realize I wasn't hiding anything and stop. Her trust issues a hurdle we could overcome. One night, after we both got home from work, I could tell she was upset. Her mood tense, her eyes avoiding mine. So I asked what was wrong. She said she saw I'd been texting my ex, worried I was going back to her for context. I'd texted my ex to ask if she'd received my doctor's bill in the mail. A simple exchange that ended with her saying she'd let me know if it showed up, nothing more. I explained it to her, understanding her trust issues, assuring her I wasn't mad and that she could talk to me about anything. And the rest of the night seemed fine, her tension easing as we moved on. The next Saturday, she stayed over at my place, and we fell asleep around midnight, the day's exhaustion pulling us under. I woke up a little after 3 a.m., my heart jolting as I saw Leah standing on my bed, directly over me. Her silhouette, a dark figure against the dim light filtering through the window, holding one of my golf clubs above her head with both hands, her grip firm, her stance menacing. I bolted upright, sliding into a sitting position, my hands raised in defense as I asked, "What's going on? Are you all right?" My voice trembling with fear and confusion. She was sobbing, her words barely coherent at first, until she managed to say, "I know you're hiding something. Where is it?" Her voice raw, her accusation a mystery. I had no idea what she was talking about. My mind racing as I slid out of bed, her sobs a haunting sound in the dark. She struck the club down, missing me by inches as I moved just in time. The thud against the mattress, a violent echo, her tears mixing with a frantic energy that chilled me to the bone. I ran into the living room, my heart pounding, and couldn't believe my eyes. She'd torn up my home, pillows ripped open, bookshelves knocked over, cabinets in the kitchen ransacked, my computer open with countless tabs, a chaotic scene of destruction that spoke of her unraveling mind. She came out of the bedroom, no golf club in hand, but still sobbing, begging me to forgive her, claiming she didn't mean to destroy everything, her voice a mix of desperation and regret. Then, like a switch, her tears turned to anger, and she started yelling, "I'm just so hurt about Nicole," a name I didn't recognize, her accusations confusing as she screamed, "I know about Nicole. I've seen everything." Before I could respond, she charged at me, pulling a knife from her waistband. Her movements wild, her sobs now a war cry as I held her back, my sighs the only thing keeping her at bay, the blade flashing in the dim light as I fought to reach the door. The house on Breakup Boulevard, a battlefield I hadn't seen coming. I held Leah back as she slashed the air with the knife, her sobs a haunting mix of rage and despair, until I reached the door, my shoulder burning from the effort, my heart pounding as I ran as fast as I could to a 24-hour corner store nearby, the neon lights a beacon of safety in the dark. I told them to call the police, my voice shaking as I explained what had happened, the words tumbling out in a rush of fear and disbelief, the store clerk's quick action a lifeline as the police arrived soon after. They took Leah away, her cries echoing as she was led to the patrol car. The scene a heartbreaking end to a night of terror, the woman I'd started to care for, now a stranger. Her actions a betrayal of the connection I thought we'd shared. It turned out Leah was unfortunately not well, her mental state fragile. Though I never learned her exact diagnosis, the details a private matter I didn't pry into. I felt sad for her. She was a sweet girl beneath her struggles, and I hope she got the help she needed. Her pain a tragedy I couldn't ignore despite what she'd done. I hadn't seen or heard from her since that night. The memory of her standing over me with the golf club a haunting image I'll never forget, a nightmare that still lingers in my mind. The table and chairs from Marketplace a bitter reminder of how quickly things can turn. I haven't used Facebook Marketplace since I bought that table from her, and I don't think I ever will again. The platform a gateway to dangers I never imagined. A lesson learned the hard way about the risks of rebounding, of trusting too quickly after a breakup. The night on Breakup Boulevard taught me that sometimes the people we let into our lives can be the most dangerous. Their pain a mirror to our own, but one that can shatter into violence without warning. I still think about that night a lot. The image of Leah's tear-streaked face, the knife in her hand, a shadow that follows me, a reminder of how fragile trust can be, how quickly love can turn to terror. I'm more cautious now, guarding my heart and my home. The memory of that table of terror, a scar I'll carry forever, a warning to tread carefully on the road to healing after a breakup. The subway assault on the last train to Brooklyn back when I was 13 years old. I was living in Brooklyn, a bustling borough where the streets were alive with energy, but danger often lurked in the shadows, especially for a kid like me. This happened about a week or two after my birthday, which must have placed it around Easter weekend, the spring air still cool in the city. A friend and I went to the movies about once a week, a ritual we'd built over the years, usually sticking 2 theaters in our neighborhood where we felt safe, but sometimes we'd go to a theater outside his neighborhood. If the movie he wanted to see, he always picked the movie, and I didn't care what we watched. Loving the movies regardless wasn't playing locally. This time, we had to go way out to Manhattan to catch the film, a title I've long since forgotten. The details of that day overshadowed by what came after. We took a train out to Manhattan, saw the movie, and took the train home. The journey back a familiar routine, though our different neighborhoods meant we had to part ways at different stops. He got off at his stop, leaving me to continue to the last stop to catch a connecting train home, a route I'd taken before but never alone. At night, the subway car I was sitting in was completely empty, as was the car next to it. The first car of the train, the silence eerie in a city that never sleeps, the fluorescent lights flickering above me, casting long shadows on the worn seats. I decided to move to another car, some instinct urging me to seek out people, the emptiness of the car feeling too exposed, too vulnerable. I got up, moving into the next car where there were a few passengers, but I kept going, wanting more company, until a leather-jacketed guy got in my path, his presence imposing as he told me, "The other train cars are closed," his voice gruff, his eyes hard. A lie I knew was nonsense but didn't challenge. I didn't want trouble asterisk. My meek 13-year-old self, a kid who'd been abused with no confidence, backing down immediately, saying, "Oh," and turning round to return to the empty car I'd come from, taking my old seat, the air heavy with a tension I couldn't name. That guy and his friends, about half a dozen of them, saw my response as a sign of weakness, a cowardice born from years of trauma. And they weren't wrong. I was a scared kid, icily intimidated, my heart already racing as I sat there, the subway rumbling beneath me, the last train to Brooklyn carrying me toward a nightmare I couldn't have foreseen. The empty car, a trap I'd unwittingly walked into. I sat back in my seat, the empty subway car feeling colder, the flickering lights, casting eerie shadows as the train rumbled on, the silence, a heavy weight pressing down on me. That guy and his friends took my response as a sign of weakness, a group of about half a dozen, their leather jackets and hard expressions marking them as trouble. Their laughter a cruel sound as they poured into the car, coming straight for me. A metal dart landed on the floor at my feet, followed by an angry, gruff voice yelling, "Hey, pick that up." I looked to my right, and the leather-jacketed guy and his friends were closing in, their leader's dark-haired friend reaching me first, ordering me again to pick up the dart. I did, handing it to him, my hands trembling, and he proceeded to throw the dart into my leg repeatedly, the sharp pain searing through me as I screamed and cried, my hands instinctively covering my leg to shield it. He ordered me to move my hands away or else, his voice a growl, and I complied, tears streaming down my face as he continued to throw the dart into my legs, standing over me with a sadistic grin. They turned me into a punching bag asterisk, fists flying at my face, chest, and stomach, not one at a time but several of them at once, their blows relentless, a storm of violence that left me gasping, my body a canvas of pain. I managed to break free, adrenaline surging as I ran for the car doors, desperate to escape into the next car where there were people, but one of them was guarding the door, a lookout who hadn't joined in the beating, his expression conflicted, a flicker of compassion in his eyes that gave me hope. I sensed he felt guilt, but he still prevented my escape, blocking the door as I yelled, screamed, cried, and begged, "Let me go," my voice raw with desperation. He wouldn't budge, throwing me back to his friends. That moment of being trapped, the worst feeling ever, a betrayal of the humanity I'd hoped for. The subway car, a prison. I couldn't escape. The last train to Brooklyn, a nightmare I couldn't wake from. I found myself on my knees on the floor, my body aching, my spirit broken, and in a desperate act, I pulled out all the money I had, a single dime, holding it out in the palm of my hand above my head, yelling, "This is all I have. Please take it and leave me alone." A leather-gloved hand pressed into my palm, taking the dime, but they weren't done. One of them decided to ram my head into the subway window, grabbing me and slamming me headfirst into the glass. The shatterproof windows holding firm despite their efforts, my head throbbing with each impact. The vibrations of the train a cruel backdrop to their violence, a torment that lasted half a dozen to a dozen attempts before they gave up. Their laughter a haunting echo in the empty car. Just before we reached the last stop, the group's leader, leather-jacketed guy who'd blocked my path, paused as his friends ran out of the car, leaving me battered and trembling on the floor. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and asked if I needed a couple of bucks. His offer a twisted mockery of kindness after the brutality I'd endured, his face a mask of false concern. I refused, my voice weak but firm, wanting nothing from him, and he put his wallet back. Walking off the train as the doors opened, the platform a cold, empty expanse in the dim light. I stumbled to the front car, banging on the conductor's door to report the attack, but there was no one there, the absence a final blow to my hope for help. I walked onto the platform, changing to catch my connecting train, and saw two cops exiting the platform, their backs to me as they descended the stairs. I called out, but they didn't hear me, my voice too weak from the beatings, my body too broken to run after them, and they disappeared from sight, leaving me alone, defeated. I caught my connecting train, this time finding a car with no people, their presence a small comfort, as I collapsed into a seat, my body aching, my mind numb. When I got home, I flopped into bed and fell asleep, exhaustion pulling me under, but when I woke the next morning, my body ached all over, the bruises on my face, chest, and stomach a painful reminder of the night before, my legs marked by the dart's cruel punctures. I never memorized my attackers' faces, avoiding eye contact during the ordeal, their features fading within seconds of their departure, leaving me unable to give a clear description to the police. Their names, a mystery I'd never uncover. My attackers, if they're still alive, would be in their 50s or early 60s, now asterisk, likely with families, wives, grown kids, good jobs, and homes, hiding their past from everyone, co-workers, friends, and loved ones, who probably look up to them, unaware of the low lives they were, the time they mugged and assaulted a young kid on a subway for kicks. My life at the time, and for many years after, was terrible. A painful existence shaped by many factors, and while they're not to blame for everything, they contributed to the horribleness of my life. Their attack a scar that never faded, both physically and mentally. I've never forgotten or forgiven them. The torture they inflicted a wound that still burns. A memory of the last train to Brooklyn that haunts me. A reminder of the cruelty that can lurk in the shadows of the city. A trauma I'll carry forever. The Easter bloody air in my apartment turned stale and metallic 3 weeks ago, a faint tang of rust and bleach seeping through the walls, a scent I couldn't scrub away no matter how many times I cleaned or aired out. The placer ghost that clung to the kitchen counter where I'd once kept that towel, a memory that pulsed through the scars I carried. It began when I found the Niffa small carving blade tucked into a drawer among old receipts and junk. Its edge dulled but stained with faint brown smudges that looked too much like dried blood, though I hadn't touched it since that Easter weekend years ago, a relic from a night that carved itself into my soul like a wound I couldn't heal. Last night, I woke to a scraping in the walls, a slow, deliberate scratch like steel dragging across bone, a sound so vivid I felt it in my chest, though the room was empty when I bolted upright, my breath fogging in the dim light. The window, streaked with wet marks that twisted under the street lamp like something alive staring back. I'm a warehouse worker now, a decade deep in lifting boxes, but this isn't a load I can shift. It's tied to a night with my now ex-wife, an Easter Sunday that turned into a nightmare, a memory I buried until the knife surfaced, dragging something dark with it from that blood-soaked floor. Now, it's here, a hum in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. Hey Joel, I hear you've been asking for people to send in true scary stories from your live stream. Well, if you ask me what the scariest moment of my life is, I'd have to say being stabbed by my now ex-wife over Easter weekend. I've told this story a few times over beers with buddies, my voice steady with the distance of years, but back then, it was raw terror, a moment that tested everything I thought I knew about trust, about her, about survival. We'd been married a year, settled in a small California apartment, the kind with thin walls and a creaky floor, a life built on quiet routines. That Easter Sunday started normal. I kissed her goodbye, her smile warm as I headed to my warehouse shift, the spring air buzzing with the promise of a holiday meal when I got home. She was fine then, her laugh echoing in my ears as I left, a sound I'd replay later, searching for the crack I'd missed, the shadow I hadn't seen lurking beneath her calm. The warehouse shift dragged forklifts humming, boxes stacking, the monotony, a steady rhythm that kept my mind on the ham she'd promised to roast. The quiet night we'd planned after a long week. I clocked out at dusk, the California sky streaked with orange as I drove home, the radio off, the hum of the engine, a comfort as I turned into our lot. The apartment building loomed ahead, its stucco walls bathed in the last light, the windows dark save for hours of faint glow spilling from the kitchen, a sign she was still up, waiting. I went to work and she was fine, but during the day she snapped mentally and didn't know who she was or who I was. I walked in and went to hug her, and she had a blank look in her eyes and lunged at me with a carving knife. The door creaked. As I stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of something burnt tacrid, wrong her shadow moving in the kitchen as I called out, "Hey, I'm home." She turned, her face a mask I didn't recognize, her eyes hollow, unblinking, staring through me like I was a stranger, a carving knife glinting in her hand, its blade catching the light as she lunged. I twisted, the blade flashed, a scream, tearing from my throat as steel grazed my ribs, a sharp burn slicing under my left arm, the hum roaring in my ears, a snarl that wasn't hers, wasn't human, pulsing through the room as blood soaked my shirt, the shadow behind her stretching too tall, too thin, its red eyes glinting in the dark like embers of something alive. I turned, but she still got me. She was going for the heart and wound up grazing off my ribs under my left arm. Pain seared through me, a hot spike that jolted my senses awake, my arms flailing as I stumbled back, the knife slashing air inches from my chest, her blank gaze locked on me, her hands trembling with a fury I couldn't fathom. The room tilted, the hum a growl now, vibrating through the floor, the shadow lunging with her, its form flickering in the corner of my eye, a presence that wasn't just her, wasn't just madness, but something older, something that drove. Her blade as she struck again, its snarl a chorus that drowned my gasps. I grabbed her wrists, wrestling the knife free, her strength feral, unyielding, as we crashed to the floor, a tangle of limbs and blood in the dim kitchen light. The linoleum was cold beneath us, slick with my blood as I pinned her down, her arms thrashing under me, her blank eyes staring up, unseeing, her breath a ragged snarl that matched the hum pulsing through the room. I had to grapple with her, get the knife away and stop her from attacking me, and I wound up subduing her face up on the floor with her arms crossed, so I could just sit on them. I managed to grab a towel off the counter and put it under my arm to keep from bleeding out, and I was able to dial 911 from my pocket phone. My weight held her, her wrists pinned beneath my knees, the towel a sodden wad against my side as blood seeped through, my free hand fumbling for my phone, fingers slick as I dialed. The operator's voice, a distant lifeline through the haze of pain. "Send help, my wife stabbed me. I'm holding her down. She's lost it," I gasped, my voice breaking, the hum a roar in my ears as I pressed harder, her body jerking beneath me, her strength fading but her eyes still hollow, still wrong. Shouted to the dispatcher. Hum snarled louder, a shadow pulsing in the corner, its red eyes glinting as she thrashed, its form stretching across the walls, too tall, too thin, a presence that wasn't her, wasn't us, but something alive, something that fed on the blood pooling beneath me. Its growl, a whisper that promised more if I let go. I made sure the dispatch told the cops that I was wounded and was sitting on her to keep her from killing me. That the door was unlocked. California cops burst in, guns drawn, and were threatening to shoot me. The door slammed open, boots pounding, flashlight beams slicing the dark as voices barked. Hands up, get off her. Their guns trained on me, their shouts a chaos that drowned the hum. My blood-soaked shirt, a red flag in their eyes. I'll move, but she attack you, gotta hold her. I yelled, my voice raw, pain spiking as I shifted, the towel slipping, blood dripping to the floor as they lunged, tackling me off her, their weight crushing me down. She sprang up, a shriek now, her shadow merging with another, its red eyes flaring as she charged the cops, her hands clawing, her snarl a sound that wasn't hers, wasn't human, a presence driving her as they tased her, her body jerking in the electric glow, the shadow pulsing behind her, watching, waiting. They cuffed me, her too, the floor a mess of blood and chaos as I gasped. I'm bleeding out, help me. The towel snatched up again, pressed tight until the ambulance roared in. Paramedics cuffing me to the stretcher, their voices a blur. As the hum faded, the shadow retreating into the dark, the hospital lights burned bright, the stretcher rattling as they wheeled me in, the cuffs biting my wrists until a nurse snapped, "He's the victim and cuff him," her voice cutting through the haze as they stitched me up. 12 jagged lines under my arm, the pain a dull throb beneath the antiseptic sting. They eventually uncuffed me, and I had to get stitched up. I'll never call the cops again. They still tried to arrest me after, but at least the captain had a brain and told the morons to let me go. The cops milled around, their radios crackling, their eyes hard until the captain barked, "He's not the threat, release him." My blood-soaked shirt a testament they couldn't ignore. My ex-wife hauled away, her blank gaze a memory that haunted me more than the wound. A doctor told me that a few inches to the left and the stab wound could have killed me, and it never fails to add a creepier aura to the whole thing that I dodged death on. Easter makes me wonder if something else is really going on. "You're lucky," he said, his voice low, the chart in his hand trembling slightly. "That blade was aiming for your heart another inch, and you're gone." Easter Sunday, a day of resurrection, twisted into a brush with death. A coincidence that gnawed at me, a shadow that lingered beyond her madness. She was fine that morning, the hum a whisper then, a snarl I didn't hear until it roared through her, through the knife, a shadow that pulsed in her eyes. Its red glint, a presence that wasn't just her, wasn't just insanity, but something alive, something that carved me open and waited, in the dark as I bled. I never saw her again. Divorce papers signed from a psych ward. Her fate a blank eye didn't chase. The knife locked away until it surfaced. Its hum a growl that echoes through my nights now, a shadow that paces my dreams. It's here, the hum in the walls, the snarl in the air, the shadow at the window. Its red eyes glinting from the blade I can't throw away, a whisper that promises it wasn't her alone, that it waits for Easter to find me again. Its hunger a curse I can't outrun, a terror that cuts deeper than steel. The catwalk creeper in the abandoned Aranaf worked security on and off for several years to supplement my income, a job that's given me a front row seat to some unsettling experiences, often through the creepy stories shared by my co-workers. The most legitimately scary story I've heard came from a guard who was working in a closed-down arena over spring break, a tale that still sends chills down my spine when I think about it. The building is more than 100 years old, but hasn't been used since the early 2000s. A relic of a bygone era, its once vibrant halls now silent, the city keeping up with basic maintenance as it waits for a buyer, the structure a ghost of its former self. It's a 6,000-seat arena, massive in its emptiness, with a huge basement and 2 additional floors filled with old office spaces, dressing rooms, and a separate smaller community theater stage upstairs. A labyrinth of rooms that echo with the past. There's usually one guard assigned to the building, a solitary post that requires walking the entire premises, a daunting task given the arena's size and state of disrepair. The building is very interesting, largely unchanged since its heyday in the 1970s and 80s. The decor, a time capsule of faded glory. Think shag carpets, wood-paneled walls, and old posters peeling from the walls. The air thick with the scent of dust and nostalgia, but the upper floors are largely dark and pretty creepy. The lights either broken or turned off to save power. The shadows long and deep, the silence broken only by the creak of the building settling, a sound that can make even the bravest guard jump. The guard in this story, a diligent man known for his thoroughness, was doing his normal rounds, walking every floor of the building, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, his footsteps echoing in the empty halls, a routine he'd done countless times before. But that night, something felt different. He felt unnaturally creeped out, a sensation he couldn't shake. His usual post suddenly oppressive, the air heavier, the shadows seeming to move just out of sight. He was jumpy, his nerves on edge, but he shook it off, determined to do his job. His flashlight beam, a thin lifeline in the dark. He made his way to the very top of the catwalk system above the main arena, a narrow wooden walkway where the old spotlighting equipment was once housed, the platform creaking under his weight, the vast emptiness of the arena below, a yawning void, the darkness pressing in from all sides. It was a place few ventured, the catwalk a relic of the arena's past, its boards worn and splintered, the air up there colder, the silence more profound. A perfect spot for something or someone to hide, a stage set for a nightmare on the abandoned arena's highest perch. The guard stood on the narrow catwalk, the wooden boards creaking beneath his boots, the vast darkness of the arena below, a silent abyss. The old spotlighting equipment, casting jagged shadows in the beam of his flashlight. He was alone, or so he thought, his diligent nature driving him to check every corner of the building, even this remote, rarely visited spot. But then, he heard a loud creak behind him, a sound like someone walking, the noise sharp and deliberate, cutting through the silence like a knife. He spun around and saw a guy standing there, frozen mid-stride, as if he'd been tiptoeing up behind him, his presence a shock in the empty arena. The guy had an unsettling, mischievous smile, like he'd been caught with his hand in a cookie jar, but instead of a cookie, he held a big steel pipe in his hand, the weapon gleaming dully in the dim light, a clear threat that made the guard's blood run cold. The guard pulled his gun, his training kicking in, his voice steady as he ordered the man to stop. But the guy took off running in the opposite direction, disappearing into the labyrinth of the building, his footsteps echoing as he vanished into the maze of dark corridors and abandoned rooms. The guard's heart pounded, adrenaline surging as he realized the danger he'd been in. The steel pipe, a promise of violence that could have ended far worse. He called for backup, and the cops arrived, sweeping the building with a canine unit, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, the dogs sniffing for any trace of the intruder. They didn't find him, the man seemingly vanishing into thin air, but they did uncover something chilling on the old concession counters. He'd been playing in the dust, leaving behind bizarre, helter-skelter type, unsettling rhymes and drawings of stick figures hanging from nooses, a macabre display that spoke of a disturbed mind. The words and images a haunting testament to his presence. The guard stood there, staring at the counters. The rhymes and drawings a grim reminder of the danger he'd faced. The stick figures a grotesque mockery of life and death, their nooses a silent threat etched into the dust. The speculation was that he was a crazy homeless guy hiding in the building for days, making a game of following the guards without them knowing. A predator in the shadows of the abandoned arena, his steel pipe a tool for a twisted hunt. The catwalk, once just a part of his rounds, was now a place of terror. The creak of the boards a sound he'd never forget. The mischievous smile of the intruder, a nightmare etched into his memory, a shadow that lingered in the labyrinthian halls of the 100-year-old arena, a testament to the dangers that can lurk in the places we think are empty. The police sweep ended with no trace of the intruder. The canine unit unable to pick up his scent, the labyrinth of the abandoned arena, too vast, too cluttered with the detritus of decades to yield its secrets. The guard stood in the main hall, the concession counters a grim canvas of the man's twisted mind, the helter-skelter rhymes and stick figures hanging from nooses a chilling reminder of the danger he'd faced. The words and drawings a puzzle that spoke of madness, of a predator who'd turned the arena into his playground. The guard, a diligent man who'd walked these halls countless times, was shaken to his core. The catwalk encounter a scar on his psyche, the creak of the boards, the mischievous smile, the steel pipe a nightmare he'd never forget. I saw the writing on the counters the last time I was there, the dust still bearing the faint traces of those unsettling rhymes. The stick figures a haunting image that lingered in my mind, a testament to the guard's story, a real-life horror that unfolded. In the shadows of the 100-year-old arena, the speculation that the man was a crazy homeless guy hiding in the building for days, playing a game of following the guards without them knowing, only deepened the terror. The idea of someone watching, waiting, a predator in the dark, turning a routine job into a deadly game. The guard never saw him again, but the experience changed him. His rounds now filled with a hyper-awareness, every creak, every shadow a potential threat. The arena no longer just an old building, but a place where danger could lurk around any corner. The abandoned arena on the edge of the city became a place of legend among his security guards. A cautionary tale whispered in break rooms, a reminder of the risks we face in the places we think are empty. The catwalk a haunted perch, where the creeper had stood, his steel pipe a silent promise of violence. I've never forgotten that story. The guards fear a palpable thing as he recounted it. His voice low, his eyes distant. The memory of that night, a weight he'll carry forever. It taught me to always be vigilant, to never assume a building is as empty as it seems. The shadows of the past hiding dangers that can strike without warning. A lesson from the abandoned arena I'll never forget. The mountain lion mayhem in the shattered mall meet. Grandfather-in-law worked for a private security company as an armed guard in the 1980s, a smaller outfit that mostly loaned out guards for short-term gigs guarding construction sites, conventions, that kind of thing. Jobs that required a vigilant eye, but were often uneventful. He and another guard were posted at a department store and mini-mall over Easter, a sprawling complex that had recently suffered a bizarre incident. Someone had driven a car through one of the atriums, Blues Brothers style, leaving a gaping hole. In the structure, the shattered glass and twisted metal a testament to the chaos. The guards were to patrol the mall and outside grounds because, with the atrium destroyed, there was no real way to lock up the building, the huge hole making it vulnerable to intruders. They'd put up boards, but it wouldn't take much to move them and get inside. The makeshift barrier, a flimsy defense against determined trespassers. The mall housed a small bank, a pharmacy, and electronic stores, high-value targets that made the owners terrified someone would use the damage as an excuse to break in. Their fear palpable as they contracted armed guards to secure the premises. They had their normal night watchman, an old-timer who'd been with them all for years, hang out and watch the cameras instead of doing rounds. A lighter duty for the veteran, leaving the physical patrolling to the younger guards. It seemed like easy work: secure the building, check the perimeter, and keep an eye out for trouble. My grandfather and his partner showed up after the mall closed, the parking lot empty, the building a dark silhouette against the spring night sky. They did a walk of the mall, testing all the doors they could, ensuring the alarms were armed, completing the standard checks with precision. Their flashlights cutting through the dim interior, the shuttered stores casting long shadows across the tiled floor as they radioed the watchman asterisk, informing him they were going to do a once around the outside of the mall to test the exterior doors and check for anything odd. Their voices crackling over the static. The watchman radioed back an okay, his tone gruff but calm, and they headed out, each taking a different direction, locking the door behind them. The night air cool against their skin, the silence of the closed mall a stark contrast to its usual bustle. My grandfather walked along the back of the mall, testing service doors, his flashlight beam bouncing off the concrete walls. The boarded-up atrium, a looming reminder of the mall's vulnerability, the darkness pressing in from all sides, a silent threat that whispered of danger in the shattered mall, a stage set for a nightmare he couldn't have anticipated. My grandfather was methodically checking the service doors along the back of the mall, his flashlight beam bouncing off the rusted metal, the night air heavy with the scent of damp concrete, and the faint tang of spring blossoms, when his partner's voice crackled over the radio, urgent and sharp. The barriers shredded. There's a huge hole, get here fast. My grandfather took off in a dead sprint, his boots pounding against the pavement, adrenaline surging as he raced toward the atrium, the boarded-up section now a gaping wound in the mall's defenses. As he ran, he radioed the watchman, asking what was going on, his voice tight with concern. But there was no reply, just static, a silence that sent a chill down his spine. He radioed again, yelling, his voice rising with panic, but the watchman remained silent. The lack of response, a haunting void that amplified the danger. He arrived at the barrier with the other guard, and sure enough, there was a huge hole, just big enough for a person to crawl through, shredded out of the plywood, the edges jagged, as if something sharp had clawed through it, a deliberate act of intrusion. My grandfather crouched down, shining his light through the hole. But in the 1980s, flashlights weren't as powerful as today's, and the beam barely cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but shadows inside. The interior, a black abyss, that swallowed the light. He turned to his partner, saying they needed to call the police, but with cell phones not being common in the 80s, they'd have to get inside to find a phone, a task that meant entering the breached mall. They tried radioing the watchman again, but still got no reply. The silence now a deafening alarm, their worry for the old-timer growing as they drew their guns, squeezing through the hole, advancing toward the security office, their flashlights cutting through the dim interior, the shuttered stores a straight shot to their destination. As they moved, they heard an earth-shakingly loud scream, a sound so primal, so savage, it seemed to come from a creature with a chest the size of a car. The roar echoing through the mall, a chilling warning that froze them in their tracks. They turned toward the sound, which came from the grocery store, the only store without a shutter due to its size. Its open entrance, a dark maw in the dim light. They heard something tearing the place up, the sound of crashing, a violent force unleashed inside. They shouted, identifying themselves as security, announcing they were armed, ordering whoever or whatever it was to come out with hands up. Their voices steady despite the fear clawing at their hearts. No sooner had they yelled than a huge mountain lion threw itself around the corner, its face shredded, infected wounds oozing across its body. A rabid beast clearly unwell, its eyes wild with pain and rage. My grandfather and his partner unloaded their guns, dumping their magazines into the creature, the gunfire a deafening roar in the empty mall. The mountain lion collapsing under the barrage, its body a testament to its suffering, a tragic end to a night of terror in the shattered mall. The gunfire echoed through the shattered mall, the mountain lion's body collapsing in a heap, its infected wounds and shredded face a grim testament to its suffering. The beast likely rabid, driven, mad by pain and disease. My grandfather said his partner was so terrified he almost passed out. The sight of the massive predator, its roar, and the sudden violence overwhelming him, his hands shaking as he lowered his gun, the adrenaline leaving him weak. They guessed it was rabid, staying as far back as they could. The animal's condition a health hazard they didn't dare approach. Its death a necessary act to protect themselves and the watchman. As soon as the commotion was over, the watchman came on the radio, his voice panicked, asking what had happened. The old-timer had fallen asleep at the cameras, missing everything, his lapse a dangerous oversight that could have cost lives. His groggy confusion a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. My grandfather said it was the only time in his entire career as a guard that he had to unholster his sidearm, much less fire. The incident a defining moment in his years of service, a brush with death that left him shaken. The memory of the mountain lion's roar, its wild eyes, a nightmare etched into his mind. The mall, already a shattered shell of its former self, became a place of legend among the guards, a story whispered in break rooms, a cautionary tale of the dangers that can lurk in the places we're hired to protect. The atrium's gaping hole, a gateway for more than just human intruders. The owners, already on edge, tightened security after the incident, but the mall remained a ghost of its past, its halls echoing with the memory of that night. The grocery store, a silent witness to the beast's final rampage. The shattered mall, on the edge of the city, taught my grandfather a lesson he never forgot. Never assume a building is as safe as it seems. Even with boards and alarms, the shadows hiding dangers that can strike without warning, whether human or beast. I think about that story often. The image of the mountain lion, its infected wounds, its savage scream, a haunting reminder of the wildness that can invade even the most urban spaces. A terror that turned a routine patrol into a fight for survival. It's a lesson I carry in my own work as a guard, always checking the shadows, always listening for the creak of a board, the echo of a scream, a legacy of the mountain lion mayhem that I'll never forget. The whisper in the truck bed. The air in my garage turned cold and musty last week, a faint tang of damp earth and rust seeping from the shadows. A scent I couldn't shake no matter how many times I aired it out or swept the concrete. A ghost that clung to the old pickup truck parked there, a memory that pulsed through the tarp I'd found folded in its bed. It began when I uncovered the tarp, a weathered sheet of canvas, tucked under a pile of tools, its edges frayed and stained with faint grey smudges that looked too much like ash, though I hadn't touched it since that spring break road trip. Years ago, a relic from a night that carved itself into my mind, like a wound I couldn't heal. Last night, I woke to a hum outside, a low, guttural rumble like wind through dead trees. A sound so vivid I felt it in the floor, though our driveway was empty when I peered out. My breath fogging the window, the glass streaked with wet marks, that twisted under the moonlight like something alive staring back. I'm a warehouse worker now, a decade deep in hauling crates, but this isn't a load I can shift. It's tied to a night from a cross-country trek, a camping stop that turned sinister, a memory I buried until the tarp surfaced, dragging something dark with it from that quiet forest. Now, it's here, a whisper in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. I was camping with a couple of friends during a cross-country spring break road trip. We didn't bring a tent. We just threw a tarp over the bed of the pickup truck and slept back there. It was me, Jake, and Sam, 3 college kids in a beat-up Chevy pickup, chasing the open road from coast to coast, our gear light, our spirits high. The tarp, a makeshift roof over the truck bed, where we crashed each night, the stars our ceiling. The hum of the engine, a lullaby as we swapped shifts driving through endless highways. I have a very hard time falling asleep, especially when I'm not in my own bed, so I was up long after my buddies had passed out. That night, we'd pulled off a back road somewhere in the Midwest, a stretch of forest too remote to name. The trees tall and bare, their branches clawing at a sky streaked with faint moonlight. Jake and Sam were out cold, sprawled under the tarp. Their snores a steady drone cutting through the stillness, a sound I envied as I lay awake, my eyes tracing the canvas above, the quiet pressing inner calm, too deep, too heavy for a spring night that should have buzzed with crickets or rustled with wind. The forest stretched around us, a silent wall of shadows unbroken by light. The pickup's metal cold beneath me as I shifted under the tarp, my sleeping bag, a thin shield, against the chill seeping up from the bed. While I was laying there, the only one awake amidst a calm and quiet night, aside from my friend's obnoxious snoring, I started getting this feeling, like a sinking feeling in my gut. It hit me slower, dull ache, low in my stomach, a weight that pressed harder with each breath, a whisper of unease I couldn't place, like the air itself was watching, waiting. I thought maybe I was hungry, went into the truck and grabbed some snacks, then tried again to fall asleep. I slipped into the cab, rummaging through our cooler for a bag of chips, the crinkle of plastic loud in the silence as I tore it open, the salt of fleeting comfort as I chewed, hoping it'd settle me. Back under the tarp, I closed my eyes, the hum of Jake's snores a rhythm I tried to match, my mind drifting into a shallow doze, the forest's quiet a blanket I couldn't pull tight enough. I drifted off for a bit, but when I woke up suddenly, that feeling was still there, but worse, it wasn't hunger. It was that deep dash, in dash, your dash, gut dash, something dash, is dash, very dash wrong dash here, feeling, but nothing was wrong. My eyes snapped open, the tarp above a dark blur, the hum louder now, Jake's snores, not the wind, but a growl pulsing through the truck bed, a vibration I felt in my chest, my gut twisting sharper, deeper, a dread that wasn't hunger, wasn't exhaustion, but something alive. Something pressing against me from the dark beyond the canvas. I sat up, the growl swelled, a snarl weaving through the trees, a sound that wasn't wind, wasn't an animal, but something older, something that pulsed in the shadows, its red glint flickering at the edge of my vision, a presence that wasn't there but was, watching, waiting, its hum a whisper that sank into my bones. I scanned the night, nothing moved, nothing breathed, the forest still as death. Jake and Sam snoring on, oblivious, the tarp's faint sway, the only motion in a silence that screamed wrongness. My hands shook, my breath shallow as I tried to shake it off, to close my eyes again, but the hum held me, its growl a hook in my gut I couldn't pull free. The dread clawed deeper, a cold sweat beading on my skin as I lay back, the tarp's shadow pressing down, the hum a steady snarl now, a rhythm that matched my racing pulse. I tried again to ignore the feeling and go to sleep. I probably got an hour or so of sleep, and then yet again woke up suddenly. All kinds of alarm bells were ringing now. My eyes flew open, the forest's silence a roar in my ears, my body trembling, nausea twisting my stomach as I bolted upright, the hum a growl that shook the truck bed, a sound I couldn't place but felt in my bones, fight or flight, kicking in hard. My hands shaking as I gripped the tarp's edge. I remember feeling shaky and nauseous at this point. I had no idea why, but my body was in full fight or flight mode. Nothing moved outside, no wind, no animals, just the dark, the hum, the snarl, a presence I couldn't see but knew was there, its weight crushing me, its red glint pulsing in the shadows beyond the trees. I didn't care if they thought that. I was crazy at that point. I woke up my friends and told them that we needed to leave now. "Get up, we're going," I hissed, shaking Jake and Sam, my voice sharp, cutting through their snores as they blinked awake, groggy and confused. "What the hell, man?" Jake muttered, rubbing his eyes, but the panic in my face silenced him. I was able to convince them, and we left in a hurry, told them that I'd explain in the morning, and we found another campground down the road to crash for the night. "Just trust me," I said, my hands trembling as we threw gear into the cab. The hum snarling louder, a shadow flickering at the edge of my vision as I climbed in, Sarah gunning the engine, tires spitting gravel as we peeled out. The forest, swallowing our first camp in fog. The growl followed a hum that pulsed through the truck, a snarl weaving through the trees, its red eyes glinting from the dark as we fled. A presence that wasn't gone, wasn't silenced, but pacing us, its whisper a promise that this wasn't over. We found a new spot miles down the road, a clearing with a faint glow from a distant highway, a safer hum of traffic lulling us as we parked, the tarp thrown back over the bed, exhaustion pulling us under, the dread fading into a shallow sleep. I thought was peace. The new campground was quieter, the hum of the highway a faint comfort as I drifted off, the tarp above a shield against the night, Jake and Sam's snores a steady drone beside me. The weirdest part happened after we all fell asleep at the new campground. I was sleeping peacefully, only to be woken up by my friends shaking me and telling me that we needed to leave again. "Get up now," Jake's voice cracked, his hands gripping my shoulders, Sam's eyes wide as they yanked me upright, their panic a jolt that snapped me awake. The second I opened my eyes, I'm completely overwhelmed by the worst feeling of dread imaginable. My buddies both looked totally freaked out as well and were practically trying to pick me up and throw me in the truck cabin. The hum roared, a snarl that pulsed through the truck bed, the dread crashing over me like a wave, my gut twisting, my breath shallow as I staggered up. The forest's dark, a void that pressed in, the tarp's shadow a cage I couldn't escape. There's literally nothing around us that should be making us feel that way as far as we could tell. But my God, it felt like death itself was staring us down. The hum, a growl that shook the ground, a shadow pulsing in the trees, its red eyes glinting like embers, a presence that wasn't wind, wasn't man, but something alive, something that hunted us through the night. Its snarl a whisper that promised we wouldn't leave. "Go!" I shouted, my voice raw as we piled into the cab, Sam slamming the gas, tires screeching as we tore out, the hum snarling behind us, the shadow pacing us through the fog, its red gaze a specter in the mirror. We got out of there as fast as we could and drove several hours until we reached a large town and just got a hotel, and that was the end of it. The highway blurred past, the hum fading as we hit a neon-lit town, crashing in a cheap motel, the hum gone, the shadow out of sight, our breaths ragged as we locked the door. The night a memory we couldn't shake. We never figured out what was going on. My friends thought that we were being followed at one point during the drive. I don't really know. Honestly, I probably never will, but it was by far the weirdest night I'd ever have. "Something was out there," Jake muttered over breakfast, his eyes hollow, Sam nodding, her hands trembling round her coffee float. "Hunted, we didn't know. The hum, a mystery we left in the forest. It's here now." The growl in the tarp, the snarl in the dark, the shadow in my garage, its red eyes glinting from the canvas, a whisper that promises it wasn't gone, that it waits in the night for the next road we take alone. The Saran Wrap trap in Jacksonville. Shadowstis happened to me way back in November of 2016 in my hometown of Jacksonville, Florida, a time when the city's humid air and quiet nights felt like a backdrop to my stagnant life. I was single and had been for almost 5 years, a stretch of solitude that left me yearning for connection. But I hadn't had so much as a date in that time, my social life as barren as the beaches in winter. My main problem was that I didn't get out much. my introverted nature keeping me isolated, my confidence eroded by years of solitude. I had a job in a gun store, surrounded by a lot of guys, a stark contrast to my buddies who worked in bars or coffee shops, places where they could talk to girls, build their confidence, and develop what the kids today call riz. I, on the other hand, stagnated and developed zero riz. My social skills atrophied, my self-esteem a fragile thing I didn't know how to rebuild. Tinder had been a thing for a few years by then, but I had no confidence in myself, no idea how to approach building a profile that didn't scream neck-bearded loser. My insecurity is a barrier I couldn't overcome alone. Luckily, I had good friends who helped me pick myself up, encouraging me to get into shape, clean up my act, and put together a passable Tinder profile. Their support, a lifeline that gave me a glimmer of hope. Once I had a profile, I started swiping, and after just a few days, I matched with a person named Amy, a girl who seemed like the Tinder girl of my dreams, cute, easy to talk to, and eager to meet in person rather than just texting endlessly. She wanted to hook up that same day we matched, her enthusiasm music to my ears, a chance to break my dry spell and maybe find something real. I knew there were red flags all over it, but after so long without even talking to a girl, I saw it as practice for future dates, a stepping stone to rebuild my confidence, even if it didn't go anywhere. I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop, a place where one of my buddies worked, who'd offered to be my wingman, promising to hook me up with free banana bread, while saying, "You two are a cute couple," pretending we didn't know each other, a sleazy move, but I appreciated his help, desperate for any boost to my confidence. My buddy wasn't there when I arrived, out on break, but Amy was there, dead on time. And she looked good, better than her pictures, her beauty knocking the wind out of me, shattering what little confidence I'd mustered. In Jacksonville's shadows, that coffee shop became the stage for a date that started with promise but would lead me into a nightmare. Amy's charm, a facade hiding a darkness I couldn't have imagined, a trap set in the heart of my hometown. I arrived at the coffee shop, my nerves jangling as I scanned the room, my buddy absent on his break, but Amy was there, dead on time. Her beauty even more striking in person, her makeup accentuating her features in a way that made her look almost ethereal, knocking any confidence I'd mustered right out of me. A lot of girls look better in their pictures, a lesson I'd learn later, but Amy was the opposite. Her real-life presence so stunning, it made for a pretty awkward start, my words stumbling as I tried to make conversation. As time went by, things got better. We got the free banana bread, which impressed her. Her smile a small victory that eased my nerves. The coffee shop's warm lighting a cozy backdrop to our date. But the more we talked, the more I noticed something off about her. A subtle unease creeping in as I followed my buddy's advice to ask her questions about her passions, hoping to make her feel interesting. Whenever I asked her anything, she gave brief or vague replies, quickly turning the conversation back to me. Her responses lacking depth, her interest in me seeming performative. She wasn't actually listening, her reactions robotic. "Oh wow, cool," she'd say, no matter what I shared, as if I could have told her I deep-fried dog turds as a hobby and gotten the same response. I was too blinded by her apparent interest to see it then. The fact that a pretty girl seemed to like me intoxicating, judgment impairing, a high that made me feel like I shouldn't be allowed to drive in that state. My brain clouded by the thrill of her attention. We sat and drank coffee for almost 3 hours, mostly me talking about dumb stuff I should have kept to myself on a first date. Her questions keeping me going, her gaze fixed on me in a way that felt both flattering and hollow. At some point, Amy said she had to leave, but wanted me to escort her home so we could keep talking, promising a surprise once we got there. Her words sparking a rush of excitement. I assumed it might be a peck on the cheek, a small gesture for a first date, but enough to motivate me to walk to Georgia if she'd asked. We paid and left to catch a bus, heading somewhere I didn't know. The ride only 10 or 15 minutes, the city lights of Jacksonville fading as we got off and walked toward her street. At the corner, she said her house was on the street, but wanted to take me somewhere else for the surprise. Her words, a jackpot in my mind. My imagination running wild with thoughts of making out, maybe some cute stuff I wasn't expecting much more from. We walked a few more blocks, turning down another street asterisk, the neighborhood growing quieter, the streetlights dimmer, until we came to a row of houses still under construction. their skeletal frames looming in the dark, a far cry from the romantic park I'd imagined. Amy led me toward them, my surprise growing as we entered one of the half-finished houses. The interior a maze of exposed beams and drywall, the air thick with the scent of sawdust and paint. Not what I'd expected, but I wasn't complaining. I'd have kissed her at the city dump if she'd asked. Once inside, out of sight, Amy started kissing me, the moment electric, her lips soft and urgent, and we made out for a while, the heat building, the darkness of the house wrapping around us, a prelude to a trap I couldn't see coming in Jacksonville's shadows. The heat between Amy and me intensified in the half-finished house, the darkness a cocoon around us, until she pulled back, her eyes glinting with something I couldn't place, asking, "Do you want to try something?" I was so caught up in the moment that I said, "I'd try literally anything with you," my voice eager, my mind clouded by desire. She reached into her bag and pulled out a zip tie, saying she wanted to kiss me with my hands tied behind my back because she wanted to be in control. Her words, the hottest thing I'd ever heard, my excitement overriding any caution. There was a freestanding beam in the middle of the room, and I put my back against it, letting her tie the zip tie around my wrists, just a little too tight, the plastic biting into my skin as she went back to kissing me, the sensation electric, my heart racing with anticipation. She said she wanted to try something else, asking me to close my eyes and hum my favorite song. Her request odd but thrilling, my mind racing with thoughts of neck kissing or lip biting, cute things I craved. I asked what I should hum, and after a moment, she told me to hum my favorite song. My excitement blinding me to the danger I didn't stop to think that I barely knew her, that I couldn't trust her after just a few hours, my brain long gone. As the saying goes, when love comes in, your brain goes out. I stood there, eyes closed, humming Smells Like Chocolate by the 1975, waiting for her surprise, my body tingling with anticipation, unaware of the faint whispery sound of something being taken out of her bag and unraveled. The next thing I knew, I couldn't breathe. Something soft and plasticky against my face, cutting off my air as I inhaled something thin and wispy that sealed around my lips. It felt like saran wrap, the kind my mum used for school lunches, wrapping around my head, suffocating me. I struggled, throwing myself back against the beam asterisk, but it wouldn't budge, my kicks finding no leverage, my oxygen running out as a primal fear took hold, my body shaking with the terror of dying. My last thought, a desperate plea, "Please God, I don't want to die." I blacked out, the world fading to nothing, only to wake up on the floor, somehow able to breathe again. A hole torn in the plastic near my mouth, my eyes stinging as the saran wrap pressed against them, my vision blurred. I called out for Amy, but there was no reply, my voice hoarse as I screamed for help. The sound echoing in the empty house for what felt like an hour until voices approached from outside, accompanied by the buzz of a cop's radio. They cut the zip ties, pulled the wrap from my face, and asked if I needed medical assistance, their presence a lifeline as I gasped for air. The reality of what had happened sinking in, Amy's trap a nightmare. I'd barely survived in Jacksonville's shadows. I sat on the floor of the half-finished house, my wrists raw from the zip ties, my face stinging from the saran wrap. The cops' questions a blur as I tried to process what had happened, my breath still ragged from the ordeal. I filed a police report, speaking with 2 detectives for hours, recounting everything from matching with Amy on Tinder to the final moments before I blacked out. The memory of those seconds, the saran wrap sealing my air, the beam unyielding, the darkness closing, in so painful to recall that it left me shaken, my voice trembling as I spoke. The detectives revealed I wasn't the only victim, that Amy, or whatever her real name was, had done this before, changing her name and appearance on dating profiles, using makeup, weaves, or hair dye to alter her look, a predator hunting through Tinder. Her saran wrap attacks a signature of her twisted game. They told me giving the right details might save someone's life, that it was only a matter of time before she stopped ripping a hole in the plastic, letting her victims pass out instead of die. Her escalation a chilling inevitability. I tried my best, detailing every moment, hoping my words could stop her, but Amy was never caught, at least not to my knowledge, a ghost in the digital shadows of Jacksonville, her fate unknown. I didn't hear about anyone else waking up from a saran wrap nap or dying as a result, a small relief, but the fear lingered. The thought of her out there, preying on others, a nightmare I couldn't shake. I thought she wanted to kill me, but looking back, I realized she wanted to watch me almost die. To see the blind faith I'd placed in her turn to terror, a sadistic game of control that left me scarred. The saran wrap trap in Jacksonville shadows taught me a lesson I'll never forget. Trust is a luxury you can't afford with strangers, especially on dating apps, where predators like Amy hide behind charming profiles, waiting to strike. I still think about that night, the suffocating plastic, the beam, her voice so sweet at first, so cold in the end, a memory that haunts me. A reminder of how close I came to death, how quickly a date can turn deadly. I don't use Tinder anymore. The app, a gateway to danger I'll never risk again. And I'm more cautious now, guarding my trust, always looking for the red flags I missed. The saran-wrapped trap, a scar I'll carry forever, a warning to others to tread carefully in the shadows of online dating. The Hammers Echo air in my apartment turned stale and sour last month, a faint tang of stale beer and rust seeping through the walls. A scent I couldn't scrub away, no matter how many times I aired it out or cleaned the floors. A ghost that clung to the old bar towel I'd found tucked in a drawer, a memory that pulsed through the faded stains like a wound I couldn't heal. It began when I found the towel, a ragged scrap of cloth, buried under junk mail and old keys, its edges frayed and marked with faint brown smudges that looked too much like dried blood, though I hadn't touched it since those wild years in Birmingham, a relic from a shift that carved itself into my soul. Last night, I woke to a hum outside, a low, guttural growl like glass shattering on stone. A sound so vivid, I felt it in my chest, though my quiet street was empty when I peered out, my breath fogging the window, the glass streaked with wet marks that twisted under the street lamp like something alive staring back. I'm a warehouse worker now, a decade deep in hauling crates, but this isn't a load I can shift. It's tied to a night at an inner-city pub, a barman's tale that turned sinister, a memory I buried until the towel surfaced, dragging something dark with it from that frosted glass haunt. Now, it's here, a snarl in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. Hey Joel, I hear you've been asking for people to send in true scary stories from your live stream. Well, if you ask me what the scariest moment of my life is, I'd have to say it happened at this inner-city pub in Birmingham where I used to work. It was one of those old-school joints, think the pub in Peaky Blinders, all frosted glass and brass fixtures, the kind of place where the air hummed with laughter and the clink of pints, a haven for top blokes who'd spin tales over their ales. You know, the pub in Peaky Blinders with all the frosted glass and brass fixtures on the inside, almost exactly like that one. The regulars were top blokes, and being behind the bar there was a great crack sometimes. So all in all, I'd definitely say it was one of the better jobs I had during those wilderness years, my teens and early 20s. I was 21 then, fresh-faced and wild, pouring pints in a gig that felt like a lifeline amid the chaos of youth, learning the ropes, cracking jokes with the lads, the hum of the pub, a rhythm I loved. But beneath the craddock, something simmered, a shadow I didn't see until it lunged, a night that turned the bar into a battlefield and left me shaking long after the pints stopped flowing. The pub was a maze of frosted panes and polished brass, its walls steeped in decades of smoke and stories. The hum of chatter, a steady pulse as I worked my first week, still green behind the bar, memorizing faces and drinks. There was an accident that happened fairly early in my employ there that actually made me want to hand my notice in. I'd only been working there about a week when this happened, so I was still in the process of getting to know all the regulars, learning about the weekend crowd, what football matches not to put on the TVs, that sort of thing. It was a Saturday day shift, gentler than the raucous nights, or so they said. My first real go at the bar, the general manager shadowing me with a grin, showing me the ropes of the cask ales in the cellar's damp chill, the barrels humming faintly as we tapped them, serving pints to the early crowd, their chatter a warm buzz as I learned the trade. I worked a Saturday day shift, since that'd be a little easier on me than throwing me in at the deep end for a Saturday night shift. Me and the general manager did a little bit of on-the-job training with the cask ales in the cellar. We served a few pints, had a bit of chit-chat, then that was me, off for home for the day. "You'll do fine, mate," he said, clapping my shoulder as I left, the pub's hum fading behind me as I trudged home. Knackered after a long shift, the Birmingham streets quiet under a grey dusk. I was next due in the following morning, and I was knackered after a long day, so I hit the hay fairly early back at my place. Then get up bright and early, at 10 a.m. I'm 21. Remember, and I'm ready to open up the pub again. I crashed hard, the hum of the day lulling me into a shallow sleep. My flat's creaky floor, a faint echo as I drifted off, dreaming of pints and brass. Morning came sharp 10 a.m., the alarm jolting me awake, my boots hitting the floor as I headed back, the pub's frosted glass glinting in the spring light, its hum a distant pulse I felt before I saw it. I stepped inside, the hum snarled, a low growl pulsing through the bar. A sound that wasn't the wind, wasn't the pipes, but something alive, something that lingered in the shadows beyond the glass, its red glint flickering at the edge of my vision, a presence that wasn't there but was watching, waiting. The place was empty, the air thick, the hum a whisper I couldn't shake, as I spotted a note on the bar top. Scrawled in the manager's hand, a casual scribble that turned my gut cold before I'd even read it, a sign of the storm I didn't know was coming. The note lay stark on the polished bar, its edges curling slightly, the hum a steady snarl beneath the silence as I picked it up, my hand steady despite the unease creeping up my spine. The second I walk in, there's a note on the bar tap, a note that went a little something like this. Morning mate, there's a few glasses to put through after last night, so sorry about that, try and pop down to Asta before opening up too. We're running low on bin bags. Oh, and Pete's barred for fighting, so if he comes in, don't serve him all the best. Give me a ring if you need anything. As soon as I saw the name Pete, my heart rate picked up by about threefold if it was the same Pete that I was hoping it wasn't. Then what they were asking me to do was a wee bit above my pay grade. My pulse hammered, the hum roaring in my ears as I reread it. Pete Bard, fighting a name I'd heard whispered in the week I'd been there, a shadow I'd glimpsed in the regulars' wary glances, a figure I prayed wasn't the grey-haired giant I feared. I gave the manager a ring, praying that he didn't mean Pete with the grey hair, and there was some other, much more timid and shorter Pete, and not the one I was thinking of. But then, to my absolute horror, the manager tells me, yes, he does mean Pete with the grey hair, and there was a good chance that he was going to come in to try and talk himself out of being barred. He's a stubborn one, Cash said, his voice crackling through the line. Might show up, don't serve him mate, just hold the line. My stomach dropped, the hum a growl that pulsed through the bar, its red glint flickering in the frosted glass as I hung up, alone with the note and the dread. Pete wasn't just a prick, he was a psycho, a shadow that loomed over the pub, his presence a snarl that cut through the crag, a hum that pulsed in the air when he walked in, his grey hair a crown over eyes that glinted red in the dark, a terror that wasn't just anger but something alive, something that stared through you, waiting for the kill. To understand why I was so frightened of Pete, I need to explain why everyone was so frightened of Pete. Pete was a complete and utter psycho, not just a prick or someone with anger problems. Although he did have anger problems, I mean Pete was actually a terrifying person to be around. He could turn on a second. 1 minute, he'd be your mate, laughing over a lime and soda, his wiry frame slouched at the bar, his voice warm. Then the next, he'd be a storm, eyes wild, hands clutching a bottle like a weapon, the hum a roar. As he lunged, regulars scrambling to hold him back, his scar a jagged line along his jaw glinting red under the lights, a mark of the madness he carried from a childhood no one dared mention, a story whispered in hushed tones over pints, a shadow that made the pub's hum a snarl when he was near. The bar was quiet as I opened up, the hum a low growl beneath the clink of glasses I washed, the note's words a weight in my gut as I stocked the fridge, the frosted glass glinting red in the morning light, the air thick with a dread I couldn't shake. An hour in, the door creaked. Pete stepped through, his grey hair catching the light, his wiry frame towering as he approached, a smile too wide, too sunny, masking the storm I knew was there. Manager around, he asked, his voice bright, disarming, but the hum snarled louder, its red glint pulsing in his scar as I met his gaze. Not till 3, I said, my throat tight. 2 hours off. Okay then, you don't mind if I wait, do ya? He replied, settling at the bar, the hum a roar now as I nodded, trapped by the path of least resistance, praying he'd stay calm. I was next due in the following morning, and I was knackered after a long day. so I hit the hay fairly early back at my place. Then get up bright and early at 10 a.m. my 21. Remember, and I'm ready to open up the pub again. I crashed hard, the hum of the day lulling me into a shallow sleep. My flat's creaky floor, a faint echo as I drifted off, dreaming of pints and brass. Morning came sharp 10 a.m., the alarm jolting me awake, my boots hitting the floor as I headed back, the pub's frosted glass glinting in the spring light, its hum the distant pulse I felt before I saw it. I stepped inside, the hum snarled, a low growl pulsing through the bar, a sound that wasn't the wind, wasn't the pipes, but something alive, something that lingered in the shadows beyond the glass, its red glint flickering at the edge of my vision, a presence that wasn't there but was, watching, waiting. The place was empty, the air thick, the hum a whisper I couldn't shake as I spotted a note on the bar top, scrawled in the manager's hand, a casual scribble that turned my gut cold before I'd even read it, a sign of the storm I didn't know was coming. The note lay stark on the polished bar, its edges curling slightly, the hum a steady snarl beneath the silence as I picked it up, my hands steady despite the unease creeping up my spine. The second I walk in, there's a note on the bar top, a note that went a little something like this: "Morning mate, there's a few glasses to put through after last night. So sorry about that, try and pop down to Asta before opening up too. We're running low on bin bags. Oh, and Pete's barred for fighting, so if he comes in, don't serve him all the best. Give me a ring if you need anything. Cash." As soon as I saw the name Pete, my heart rate picked up by about threefold. If it was the same Pete that I was hoping it wasn't, then what they were asking me to do was a wee bit above my pay grade. My pulse hammered, the hum roaring in my ears as I reread it: Pete, barred, fighting, a name I'd heard whispered in the week I'd been there, a shadow I'd glimpsed in the regulars' wary glances, a figure I prayed wasn't the grey-haired giant I feared. I gave the manager a ring, praying that he didn't mean Pete with the grey hair, and there was some other, much more timid and shorter Pete, and not the one I was thinking of. But then, to my absolute horror, the manager tells me, yes, he does mean Pete with the grey hair, and there was a good chance that he was going to come in to try and talk himself out of being barred. "He's a stubborn one," Cash said, his voice crackling through the line. "Might show up, don't serve him, mate, just hold the line." My stomach dropped, the hum a growl that pulsed through the bar, its red glint flickering in the frosted glass as I hung up, alone with the note and the dread. Pete wasn't just a prick, he was a psycho, a shadow that loomed over the pub, his presence a snarl that cut through the crack, a hum that pulsed in the air when he walked in, his grey hair a crown over eyes that glinted red in the dark, a terror that wasn't just anger but something alive, something that stared through you, waiting for the kill. To understand why I was so frightened of Pete, I need to explain why everyone was so frightened of Pete. Pete was a complete and utter psycho, not just a prick or someone with anger problems. Although he did have anger problems, mean Pete was actually a terrifying person to be around. He could turn on a second. 1 minute, he'd be your mate, laughing over a lime and soda, his wiry frame slouched at the bar, his voice warm. Then the next, he'd be a storm, eyes wild, hands clutching a bottle like a weapon, the hum a roar as he lunged, regulars scrambling to hold him back, his scar a jagged line along his jaw glinting red under the lights, a mark of the madness he carried from a childhood no one dared mention, a story whispered in hushed tones over pints, a shadow that made the pub's hum a snarl when he was near. The bar was quiet as I opened up, the hum a low growl beneath the clink of glasses I washed, the notes, words, a weight in my gut as I stocked the fridge, the frosted glass glinting red in the morning light, the air thick with a dread I couldn't shake. An hour in, the door creaked. Pete stepped through, his grey hair catching the light, his wiry frame towering as he approached, a smile too wide, too sunny, masking the storm I knew was there. "Manager around?" he asked, his voice bright, disarming, but the hum snarled louder, its red glint pulsing in his scar as I met his gaze. "Not till 3, I said, my throat tight. 2 hours off." "Okay then, you don't mind if I wait, do ya?" he replied, settling at the bar, the hum a roar now as I nodded, trapped by the path of least resistance, praying he'd stay calm. The Bikini Shack stalker on rural roadie used to work as a bikini barista up in Washington State. a job that, let me tell you, was not my finest hour. A chapter of my life I look back on with a mix of regret and lessons learned. No offense to anyone who enjoys that kind of work, the tips are great, and with good regulars, you're riding a gravy train. But for me, I was in a really rough stage of my life, desperate for money, needing it really, really badly, and I wouldn't have gone into that line of work otherwise. The skimpy uniform and constant scrutiny a far cry from where I wanted to be. The first major problem was the creeps. A daily challenge you couldn't always predict. A car full of college boys whistling and asking for extra cream was expected and manageable. Their antics juvenile but harmless. But a sweet older man asking, "Is your effing mama proud of you?" before revving dust in my face hurt more. The betrayal stinging when I let my guard down, expecting kindness instead of cruelty. The other big problem was the location. I was way out in the middle of nowhere. Not exactly wilderness, but the area was very rural. The customers a mix of locals who were often set in their ways, and that wasn't always a good thing. Most of my regular customers were nice folks, like the guy old enough to be my grandfather who always checked on me, never making me feel creeped out, his kindness a small comfort, or the farm kid in his late teens who'd blush like a rose, tipping big with a shy "thank you ma'am," his innocence a bright spot in my day. But some weren't so nice, and I got the feeling they only stopped by out of necessity, not affection. Their presence a reminder of the isolation of my post. One of those guys was a skinny man in his 40s, with a spiteful look in his eyes, as if he judged me for my job, his scowl a constant every time he came by, making him far from my favorite customer. His silent disdain, a weight I felt with every interaction. One day, a new car pulled into the shack, a gravel parking lot next to the one window stand where customers often parked to drink their coffee before leaving. And a really nice-looking guy got out, ordering a coffee with a smile that radiated warmth. He had a total grandpa vibe, his hair an obvious dyed black, but his sweetness made it easy to forgive. His questions about my day and job genuine, his interest piquing when he asked, "What do you want to do after working the bikini shack?" Talking about my dreams gave me hope. His encouragement a rare kindness that lifted my spirits, a moment of light in the rural darkness of Washington state. A prelude to a day that would soon turn sinister on Rural Road. The nice-looking guy, with the grandpa vibe, finished his coffee, his kind words still ringing in my ears as he wished me the best of luck. A genuine sentiment that warmed my heart. As he headed back to his car, he popped his trunk and started doing something. But before I could get nosy, skinny-faced, spiteful man pulled into the lot in his truck, his scowl as predictable as the sunrise, his presence a dark cloud over the moment. My new grandpa closed his trunk and got back into his car, avoiding skinny guy's gaze, and I was glad. I'd have hated skinny guy even more if he'd mean-mugged the sweet old man. His spiteful energy a stark contrast to the kindness I'd just experienced. Skinny guy watched my new grandpa drive off, his eyes following the car with a look that screamed, "Don't come back," a vibe that made my skin crawl, my dislike for him deepening. As I passed his coffee through the window, trying not to spill it on him in my frustration. For the first time ever, the guy said something other than coffee. Black, asking, "Are you working alone?" A question that sent a chill down my spine. The scariest question I used to get asked. Its implications, dark in a place as isolated as this. Sometimes people asked out of concern, but for those with bad intentions, I always lied, saying no, claiming my boss came by 3 times during my shift to collect bills and drop off change. A fabrication since my boss lived in Vegas for 9 months out of the year. It was a lie I used to ward off the pervier guys, who might try to hang around after hours. A precaution born of necessity in a job that left me so exposed. Skinny guy responded by spitting, grinning, and replying, "Yes, you do." His words cutting through my lie, either because he'd seen through it or had stopped by enough to know no one else ever showed up except me and the weekend girl. His smirk a silent threat that made my stomach twist. He then asked how I was getting home after my shift, his tone casual but his eyes sharp, and I lied again, saying my boss was driving me home, doubling down on the excuse even though he'd figured me out. My voice steady despite the fear creeping. I knew he saw through that lie too, the way he smirked, confirming he didn't believe me, though I didn't think he'd ever seen me on my bike, the reality of how I got to and from the shack every day. A detail I kept hidden to protect myself. He made his usual order, paid, and took his drink without another word. His silence more unsettling than his questions, a first-time creepiness that left me on edge. The rural road outside the shack, now a potential gauntlet I'd have to navigate. At the end of my shift, the Bikini Shack, a small oasis in the middle of nowhere, had always been a place of mixed experiences. But that day, Skinny Guy's questions turned it into a stage for fear. His smirk, a warning I couldn't ignore. The gravel lot outside, a silent witness to the tension building in the air. I felt a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, a premonition that Skinny Guy might try something as I rode home. The rural road stretching out before me like a path to danger. A shadow cast by Theus. My shift ended. The tension I'd felt all day reached a peak. A bad feeling in the pit of my stomach warning me that Skinny Guy might try something as I rode home. The rural road, a gauntlet I'd have to navigate on my bike, the darkness pressing in like a living thing. I locked up the shack, my hands trembling. As I mounted my bike, the gravel crunching under my tires as I turned onto the road, my heart pounding with every pedal stroke. I saw his truck parked at the side of the road, maybe 100 yards ahead. Its silhouette, a dark omen in the fading light, confirming my worst fears, the sight sending a jolt of terror through me. I told myself I'd ride past him, planning to call the cops and wave down any passing cars if he tried anything. My pepper spray, a small comfort in my pocket, my earbuds jammed in, muffling the world around me. As I rode past, he started shouting, something out of his window, his voice, a muffled threat through my earbuds, the kind I used to jam into my ears until I was basically deaf. His words lost, but his intent clear, my pace quickening as I prayed. He wouldn't knock me off my bike. He sped up alongside me, his truck a looming shadow, my heart racing as I thought, he's going to smash into me any second. The roar of his engine, a deafening promise of violence. He pulled ahead and turned into the side of the road, cutting me off with a sudden swerve, forcing me to brake so hard I nearly flew over the handlebars, my bike skidding to a stop inches from his truck, my breath coming in sharp gasps as I stared at him, fury replacing fear. He got out of his truck, his skinny frame a menacing silhouette, but instead of riding away, I went off on him, my anger boiling over as I shouted, "What do you think you're doing? You're a total psycho. I'm calling the cops." My voice raw with rage, my hands shaking as I gripped my handlebars. He waited until I stopped, then gave me a "come with me if you want to live" Terminator speech, his words chilling. "There's a man waiting for you down the road. He has rope, handcuffs, and a bunch of other non-vehicle related tools in his trunk. I think he's going to try to kidnap you. Throw your bike in the back, get in my truck, and if he's still there, when we drive past, you can call the cops from my truck." I was faced with a scary problem. It could be a lie to get me into his car, a tactic straight out of a serial killer's playbook, like Ted Bundy, but he'd been visiting the shack for months, never saying more than coffee, black, never, tipping, not textbook creep behavior, suggesting he might be telling the truth. My woman's intuition kicked in asterisk, a sixth sense telling me his warning rang true, despite the risk, and I made the split-second decision to trust him, throwing my bike in the back and getting into his truck, my heart pounding as I told him, "You better have a damn good story to follow up with." He drove, telling me to keep an eye over his shoulder, and sure enough, I saw a car at the side of the road, with a man leaning against it, the same car my new grandpa had driven. But the man looked different, younger, in different clothes, yet somehow I knew it was him. The betrayal, a gut punch that left me stunned. The rural road, a stage for a nightmare I'd narrowly escaped. As Skinny Guy drove past the car, I stared at the man leaning against it, the same car my new grandpa had driven. His changed appearance, different clothes, looking 20 years young. Chilling confirmation of Skinny Guy's warning. The betrayal, a gut punch that left me stunned. My trust in the sweet old man shattered. Skinny Guy explained that he'd seen creepy stuff in the man's trunk when he'd rolled up to the shack: rope, handcuffs, and other non-vehicle related tools. Items that didn't alarm him right away, but when he saw the man parked on the road I took home, in different clothes, he knew something was wrong. The change of attire, a red flag that screamed bad intentions, prompting him to come back and warn me. His instincts saving my life. I didn't work at the Bikini Shack for much longer. The incident, a breaking point that made me question everything. My fear of the man returning, driving me to open carry a gun at the shack, a precaution my boss took issue with. leading to a clash that got me fired. It suited me fine. If he hadn't fired me, I'd have quit on the spot. The shack no longer a place of survival, but a reminder of danger. The rural road, a gauntlet I'd never ride again. That was my cue to question all conventional wisdom. Regarding women's safety, a lesson learned the hard way about nice guys. Not just the online kind, but the real-life ones, who lull you into a false sense of security before turning violent. Their kindness, masked for darker intentions. The bikini shack on Rural Road became a memory I'll never forget. The skinny guy's warning, the new grandpa's betrayal. A nightmare that taught me to trust my instincts, to see through the facade of kindness, a lesson etched in fear and survival. I still think about that night. The truck cutting me off, the man waiting down the road. His trunk, a toolbox of terror, a shadow that lingers in Jacksonville's rural outskirts, a reminder of how close I came to becoming a victim. I'm more cautious now, always carrying protection, always watching for the signs I missed. The bikini shack, a scar on my past, a warning to others to beware the nice guys who hide their true intentions in the shadows of rural roads. The blade in the cooth air in my flat turned stale and bitter last month, a faint tang of burnt coffee and rust seeping through the walls. A scent I couldn't scrub away no matter how many windows I flung open, or how fiercely I ghost that clung to the old bus pass I'd found in a coat pocket. A memory that pulsed through the faded ink, like a wound I couldn't heal. It began when I found the passer-worn Oyster card, tucked among lint and loose change. Its surface scratched and stained with faint grey smudges that looked too much like ash. Though I hadn't touched it since that morning late last year, a relic from a day that carved itself into my soul. Last night, I woke to a hum outside, a low, guttural snarl like metal scraping stone. A sound so vivid, I felt it in my chest, though my quiet street was empty when I peered out. My breath fogging the window, the glass streaked with wet marks. That twisted under the street lamp like something alive staring back. I'm an office clerk now, a decade deep in spreadsheets, but this isn't a file I can close. It's tied to a morning in central London, a coffee shop stop that turned sinister, a memory I buried until the past surfaced, dragging something dark with it from that crowded queue. Now, it's here, a growl in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. I've been a casual listener for quite a while now, and I've always counted myself as fortunate that I haven't had any stories to share with you, and that all changed late last year. I live near the Edgware Road in central London, which is essentially a very long high street that's all commercial at one end and mostly residential on the other. It's a stretch of chaos and comm shops and cafes at one end, flats and quiet streets at the other, a daily gauntlet I've navigated for years. The hum of buses and chatter, a rhythm I knew by heart. Every morning to get to work, I catch the bus from one end to the other, then stop into a small coffee shop to pick up some morning motivation. It's a daily ritual that I've been undertaking for years, and for the most part, every day was exactly the same, all except one. The 73 bus rattled me from home to the commercial buzz, my headphones in, my phone a shield as I stepped off near the shop, a cramped hole in the wall, with overpriced lattes and a queue that stretched out the door. A ritual so routine it was muscle memory, a comfort in its sameness, until that day broke it apart. The hum of the crowd turning into a snarl I couldn't ignore. The coffee shop was a hive of morning drones, its glass front fogged with breath, the hum of espresso machines, and murmured orders a steady pulse as I shuffled into the queue, my headphones blasting a podcast year's jolt to drown the monotony. I'm sure many of you are familiar with how a lot of inner-city coffee shops function: exorbitant prices, very few seats, lots of open space for queues and people waiting for orders. Essentially a morning assembly line for office drones. Everyone's got their headphones in, everyone's tapping away on their phones. Except for the odd delivery rider or civilian, everyone is wearing their smart work clothes. It was a sea of suits and screens, grey trousers, crisp shirts, a uniformity I found both contemptuous and comforting, a predictable rhythm that let me blend in. My double latte order, a daily mantra in a space where no one looked up, no one spoke, the hum of routine, a shield against the chaos of London's streets. One particular busy morning, I was stood waiting for my double latte, when a rather normal-looking guy walked into the coffee shop. He was dressed in his own clothes, and had a very normal-looking face, but the way he was acting made me just really Nervous, he slipped through the door. A plain figure jeans, a faded jacket. Nothing flashy, but his movements were off. A jittery edge to his steps, his head twitching as he scanned the room. The hum shifting, a snarl threading through the air as I watched him from the corner of my eye. He ignored the cue. The hum growled louder, his shadow stretching too long, too thin across the tiles. A presence that wasn't just a man, wasn't just nerves, but something alive. Something that pulsed in the air as he paced up and down, his eyes glinting red in the fluorescent light. A gaze that wasn't human, wasn't sane, but something older, something that stared through us all. He completely ignored the cue and started walking up and down it. Just looking at people's standard operating procedure meant that no one returned his gaze or even said anything to him. Had a fear that they'd be the one he unloaded his crazy. On that day, the crowd stayed silent, heads down, screens up. A collective avoidance I knew well. The hum, a tense snarl now as he prowled. His presence a crack in the assembly line, a whisper of danger no one dared acknowledge. I edged back, the snarl pulsed, a shadow flickering in his wake, its red eyes glinting from the glass. A hum that wasn't the shop, wasn't the crowd, but something alive, something that knew I saw it. Its growl, a promise that this wasn't just nerves, wasn't just a man on edge, but something waiting to break. The barista called my order, her voice lost in the hum as I shuffled forward, my headphones slipping, the guys pacing a rhythm that set my teeth on edge. His jittery steps a drumbeat beneath the shop's drone. I don't really know how to articulate it. Maybe it's something only people in big cities come to recognize, but sometimes I feel like you just know when someone is on the verge of a mental breakdown or something. And if there was anyone who embodied that feeling of, uh-oh, here we go, it was that guy. It was a gut thing, instinct, honed by years of dodging London's oddballs. A whisper of dread I couldn't shake as he turned, his eyes glinting, his face blank but alive, with something wrong. The hum snarling louder as I edged toward the door, my latte forgotten, my pulse spiking. I thought that at worst he was going to start shouting at everyone regarding God knows what was going on in his head. And I started sort of edging back towards the door, just in case things got out of control, instead of steadily ramping up. The craziers would have been polite of him. That's an attempt at humor, by the way. He went from 0 to 100, pulled out what looked to be some weird-shaped knife, and just started swinging at people. The blade flashed a curved, jagged thing, not a kitchen knife but something worse, something crafted for harm, and the shop erupted, screams piercing the hum as he lunged, slashing at the cue. Blood spattering the tiles, the snarl a roar that drowned the chaos. I froze. The hum screamed, a shadow pulsing behind him, its red eyes glinting as he swung. A presence that wasn't just him, wasn't just madness, but something alive, something that drove the blade. Its growl, a chorus of death as people fell, their smart clothes torn, their screams a sound I couldn't unhear. I'm not a particularly brave person, I'm certainly no have-a-go hero, but in that moment, I was faced with a simple choice. People would rush back towards the front entrance, so fast that there was people kind of crushing each other. Not a bad one, but I wasn't going to be able to just run out right there and then. And because I was standing in the little waiting area, I was maybe only 2 or 3 people away from becoming the knife man's next target. The crowd surged, a bottleneck of panic crushing toward the door, bodies slamming, my path blocked as he slashed closer, his blade a blur, my gut screaming as the hum roared, the shadow lunging with him, its red gaze glinting in the glass, a whisper that I was next if I didn't act. The air thickened with screams and blood, the hum a snarl that pulsed through the shop, my hands trembling as I stood, the guy's blade slashing inches from the cue, my latte spilling as I stumbled back, the shadow's red eyes glinting in the chaos. The way it looked to me was that if I didn't at least try and get a hold of the guy's arm to get the knife off of him, I was going to get stabbed. I might get stabbed in the process, or at least cut a bit, but at least I might be able to minimize the damage. It wasn't bravery, just survival. A split-second choice as I lunged, grabbing his arm from behind, my fingers locking around his elbow, pulling back hard. "Drop it," I yelled, my voice lost in the hum, my heart hammering. "My God, I'm going to get stabbed," snarl roaring as he twisted, the blade slashing air, the shadow pulsing, its red eyes glinting as I yanked him off balance. I didn't stand there thinking all that in real time. It was a split-second decision. One I'm still surprised that I made. But make it I did. I remember grabbing the guy by the crook of the arm, pulling it back a bit from behind him. Another man jumped in, grabbing his wrist, the knife clattering as more piled on. Bodies crashing from the street, the hum a growl that shook the tiles as they pinned him. His screams a snarl beneath their shouts. I slipped out, the hum pulsed, the shadow retreating into the glass, its red eyes glinting as I shoved through the crowd. My breath ragged, the snarl fading as kicks landed. A voice shouting, "Kick his head in." A chaos I fled, my hands shaking, the hum a whisper that wasn't gone, wasn't silenced, but waiting. Blood streaked the floor, the guy subdued, a stranger sitting on him as the mob raged. Police sirens cutting the air as I stumbled out, slaps on my back. "Well done, mate." A blur I barely felt, panic clawing my chest as I pushed free. I won't lie, it was a great feeling. And even better when I saw a news article mentioning a bystander disarming the guy and thinking that that's me. Well, not exactly disarming him, and I wasn't the only one who intervened. But yeah, it felt really good to have done the right thing, even if it was sort of by accident. The headline glowed on my phone later. "Bystander stops knife attack." A rush of pride I clung to, my hands still trembling. My role, a spark in a storm I hadn't planned. The same couldn't be said of the people who had been hurt though. And there were quite a few of them. The guy had basically slashed his way up and down a section of the queue, injuring almost everyone in his path, leaving one or two with some pretty serious injuries. Blood-stained, the tile suits torn, lives shattered. A woman clutching her arm, a man slumped against the counter. The hum, a snarl that lingered as I walked away. The shadow's red eyes glinting in my mind. A whisper that it wasn't him alone, that had waited in the queue for the next morning. I dared to join again. The Cafe Racer rampage in Seattle's University District just before 11 a.m. on May 30th, 2012. A man walked into the Cafe Racer in Seattle's University District, a cozy spot known for its eclectic vibe, where local artists and musicians often gathered, the air filled with the aroma of espresso and the hum of conversation. He was slender, with a mess of brown hair and a thick dark beard, his appearance unremarkable at first glance, blending into the crowd of Seattle's eclectic neighborhood. The cafe staff recognized him instantly as Ian, an unruly and ill customer who'd recently been banned for life, his presence a dark cloud over the morning's calm. One of the staff members reminded Ian that he was banned, their voice firm as they told him no one would be serving him so much as an espresso that morning. A boundary set after repeated clashes, his behavior too disruptive to tolerate. It's not exactly clear what Ian did to deserve his lifetime ban from Cafe Racer, but a quick look into his personal life offers a chilling clue. 40-year-old Ian Lee Stavitsky had a long and extremely violent criminal history by 2012, a rap sheet that painted a picture of a deeply troubled man. Charges for domestic violence, assault, malicious mischief, and unlawfully carrying a deadly weapon marked his past, each incident a testament to his volatility. During his domestic violence case in February 2008, police were called to Stavitsky's home, finding his then-girlfriend weeping, nursing a bloody nose, her voice trembling as she told them he'd hit her, choked her, and smashed her belongings. His behavior growing increasingly unhinged and unsettling in recent months. Even Stavitsky's own father admitted that his son was a majorly disgruntled person, unhappy for a long time. A confession that underscored the depth of Ian's discontent, a simmering rage that would soon erupt in the most horrific way. The staff of Cafe Racer were more than familiar with Stavitsky's antisocial demeanor, having clashed with him many times before, his disruptive presence a constant thorn in their side, until they finally handed him his lifetime ban after requests for him to leave were ignored, their patience exhausted by his refusal to comply. That morning, one of the workers walked out from behind the counter toward the front door, their steps deliberate as they opened it up and asked Stavitsky to leave once again, their tone a mix of authority and exasperation, hoping to avoid a scene. In the busy cafe, the University District, a vibrant hub of students and creatives, was the last place anyone expected violence to erupt. The Cafe Racer, a sanctuary for those seeking community, its walls adorned with local art, its tables filled with laughter and conversation. But Ian Stavitsky's arrival that morning was a storm cloud on the horizon, his band's status a spark that would ignite a firestorm of violence. The cafe's warm atmosphere about to be shattered by a man whose rage had been simmering for years. A monster hiding in plain sight in Seattle's eclectic heart. The workers stood at the open door of Cafe Racer, their stance firm as they asked Ian Stavitsky to leave. The morning light streaming through the shattered atrium, the cafe's eclectic decor a stark contrast to the tension in the air. But instead of complying, Stavitsky pulled a pistol from his waistband, his movements swift and deliberate, and shot the worker in the head before they could react. The gunshot, a deafening crack that shattered the morning's calm, the worker's body crumpling to the floor in a way that completely blocked one of the only escape routes, turning the cafe into a shooting gallery, a trap with no easy way out. One customer attempted to fight back, a display of pure heroism as they threw a bar stool at Stavitsky, running back and forth to avoid his bullets. Their bravery allowing a trio of patrons to evade Stavitsky's crosshairs and escape through the previously blocked doorway, their lives spared by a moment of courage. In truth, the customers were never really the targets. Stavitsky's rage was focused almost entirely on the cafe's workers, those who had dared to ban him from one of his regular haunts, his vendetta personal, his anger a fire that had been smoldering for weeks. He kept them pinned behind the counter at gunpoint, his voice maniacal as he berated them, his words a torrent of hatred as he joined them behind the register. The counter a flimsy barrier against his wrath. Stavitsky mocked each member of the staff as he shot them execution style, his pistol a tool of vengeance, leaving 4 innocent people lying dead in the cafe, their blood staining the tiled floor, their lives snuffed out in a matter of moments, the cafe's warm atmosphere replaced by the cold reality of death. Stavitsky then attempted to flee the scene, running out of the cafe, his footsteps echoing as he made his way to a parking lot next to Town Hall Seattle on First Hill, the city's streets a maze he hoped to disappear into. He spotted a woman climbing into the driver's seat of her black Mercedes SUV, her presence a cruel twist of fate, and approached her, demanding her car keys with the pistol still in hand, his voice a growl of desperation. When she refused, her defiance a final act of courage, he blew her brains out. The gunshot a brutal punctuation to his rampage, and wrenched the keys from her still clenched fist, her lifeless body a testament to his ruthlessness. The stolen SUV his ticket to escape the carnage he'd left behind. The Cafe Racer, once a sanctuary for Seattle's University District, had become a slaughterhouse in minutes. Stavitsky's rage a storm that left 5 dead, the air thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, the echoes of screams, a haunting reminder of the violence that had erupted without warning. The patrons who escaped owed their lives to a hero's bar stool, but for the staff, there was no such reprieve. Their decision to ban Stavitsky, a death sentence they couldn't have foreseen, a tragedy that would scar the community, a rampage that turned a morning coffee run into a nightmare in Seattle's heart. With the stolen black Mercedes SUV, Ian Stavitsky fled the scene of the Cafe Racer massacre, the city streets of Seattle, a maze he hoped to lose himself in, his mind racing. As he drove aimlessly, the weight of his actions a shadow he couldn't outrun. Police believed he kept himself updated on the criminal investigation against him by tuning in to local news stations. The radio, a lifeline to the outside world, each broadcast detailing how the net was closing in, the authorities moving faster than he'd anticipated. They knew he had stolen a black SUV, the vehicle's description broadcast across the city, and they'd set up checkpoints along almost every major roadway. A dragnet that made his chances of a clean escape slim to none. The city a cage he couldn't break free from once he became convinced of the hopelessness of his situation. The reality of his impending capture sinking in, Ian Lee Stavitsky placed the barrel of his pistol under his chin, the same weapon he'd used to kill 5 innocent people, and brought a premature end to his brief and miserable existence. His body slumping in the driver's seat, the stolen SUV, a tomb for a man whose rage had consumed him. The police found him not long after. The news of his death, a hollow victory for a city reeling from the carnage. The University District forever marked by the tragedy he'd unleashed. The Cafe Racer, a name now synonymous with horror. Those who lost their lives at Cafe Racer that day were 52-year-old Joseph Albanese, the cafe's manager and bassist in a local band named the Mighty Sphincter, a beloved figure in the community. 49-year-old Andrew K. Yates, a longtime friend of Joe's, and a poet known as Smooty the Claude. 36-year-old Kimberly Lynn Layfield, who died behind the counter, and 57-year-old Donald Largan, possibly the staff member who first approached Stavitsky. His attempt to enforce the ban costing him his life. The SUV owner, 52-year-old Gloria Leonidas, was shot dead in the parking lot. A woman who suffered heartbreaking misfortune simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her death, a cruel footnote to Stavitsky's rampage. The most terrifying thing about Ian Stavitsky and his acts of evil was how normal he looked. The very definition of inconspicuous. A 40-something guy who could blend into any crowd in central Seattle, his unremarkable appearance a mask for the monster within. The employees of Cafe Racer had no idea what they were dealing with. Their act of basic human decency asking him to leave signing their own death warrants. A tragedy that taught the community a brutal lesson about the dangers hiding in plain sight. A rampage that left scars on Seattle's University District. A reminder of the fragility of safety in the places we love most. The attic dwelleth air in my storage shed turned damp and sour last week, a faint tang of mildew and rot seeping from the shadows. A scent I couldn't scrub away no matter how many times I aired it out or swept the concrete a ghost. That clung to the old tarp I'd found rolled up in a corner, a memory that pulsed through the stained fabric like a wound I couldn't heal. It began when I found the tarp, a weathered sheet of canvas, tucked among cleaning supplies and forgotten tools. Its edges frayed and marked with faint grey smudges that looked too much like ash, though I hadn't touched it since that spring job last year, a relic from a day that carved itself into my soul. Last night, I woke to a hum upstairs, a low guttural snarl like footsteps on creaking boards, a sound so vivid I felt it in my chest, though my attic was empty when I checked. My breath fogging in the dim light, the trapdoor streaked with wet marks that twisted under the bulb like something alive staring back. I run a cleaning company now, a decade deep in scrubbing homes, but this isn't a stain I can wipe away. It's tied to a spring cleaning gig in a big house, a job that turned sinister, a memory I buried until the tarp surfaced, dragging something dark with it from that attic's gloom. Now, it's here, a growl in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. I've been a casual listener for quite a while now, and I've always counted myself as fortunate that I haven't had any stories to share with you, and that all changed late last year. It may be a bit of a but, for me personally, I don't think there is anything better than spring cleaning. I'm a neat freak. Organization is my therapy, and spring's my season to reset, to recalibrate every corner of my world with a broom and a fresh setup. I'm a bit of a neat freak, and I love organization, so I love getting recalibrated every spring with a cleaning and a new setup. In fact, I love cleaning so much that I started a cleaning company. It took off fast. Within a year, I had a slew of accounts, business booming as clients clamored for spotless homes. The hum of vacuums and the clink of supplies, a rhythm I thrived on. Within the first year, I actually had a bunch of accounts, and business was actually great. When the spring season was rapidly approaching, I decided to do a spring cleaning sale where I would clean the house for a discounted price. The sale was a hit. My inbox flooded with requests, a good problem to have, though I couldn't take them all. I ended up getting a lot of hits and had to pick just a few clients, since I couldn't take every new client for the sale. A good problem to have, I suppose, and selfishly, I picked the biggest houses and the nicest areas, figuring that I could charge more because I would be there longer cleaning the bigger house. Big homes meant big paydays, even at a discount, and I lined up a week of sprawling estates, each a canvas for my craft, until that Wednesday, when one house turned the hum of my routine into a snarl I couldn't ignore. The first 2 days of the sale were gold. 2 houses a day, gleaming mansions in upscale neighborhoods, my broom and mop turning chaos into order, the cash piling up as clients marveled at the shine. Wednesday was different. One house, a monster of a job, its owners phoning from Florida with a casual, make it perfect for the weekend. The first 2 days, I cleaned 2 houses each day, and I made a killing even at the discounted price. On Wednesday, I only had 1 house scheduled to clean. The owners contacted me and told me that they had been living in Florida all winter and that the house was vacated. She mentioned her nephew had stayed there for a few months, waiting on a new place, but he'd moved out over a month ago, leaving it empty, or so she thought. She told me that her nephew had been living there for a few months while he was waiting to move into his new home, but he moved out over a month ago, so this woman just wanted me to go in and give the house a really good cleaning and make sure everything is perfect for when they come home on the weekend. It was a mansion straight out of a film, 3 stories of brick and glass, towering over a quiet street, its size a hum of promise as I pulled up, my gear rattling in the van. The day's solitude a rare treat after the rush. Another reason why I only took on this one client for the day was because the house was huge. It looked like a house from a movie. It was so big when I arrived at the house. I was happy that I had made the decision to make sure that this was my only house for the day. It was even bigger than I originally thought from the pictures. The facade loomed, windows dark, the hum a low growl as I stepped inside, the key turning with a click that echoed too loud in the silence. When I went inside, I was nearly knocked over by the stench of rotting food or something her nephew, who was supposed to have cleaned before he left, clearly didn't. The inside looked like a frat house. There was garbage and beer cans everywhere. The air hit me harder, rancid wave of decay, spoiled meat and stale beer, the hum snarling beneath it as I gagged, my eyes watering at the sight cans, scattered, trash piled. A beautiful home turned into a pigsty by a nephew too lazy to care. The stench pulsed a hum, a growl weaving through the rot, a shadow flickering in the corners, its red glint glinting from the cans. A presence that wasn't just neglect, wasn't just filth, but something alive, something that lingered in the dark, watching me as I opened every window. The breeze, a faint shield against the snarl that clung to the walls. I set to work, the hum a steady snarl as I hauled trash bags, the stench easing as fresh air poured in. My headphones blasting a playlist to drown the quiet, the house's size, a hum of its own, as I swept through rooms, living areas trashed, kitchen a mess, each corner a testament to neglect. The first thing I did was open all the windows to get some air in here, and hopefully air the place out for the horrific stench that plagued this beautiful home. A few hours in, I was about halfway done with the house. It was already starting to look and smell better than it did when I arrived. Floors gleamed, cans vanished, the hum softening as order returned. My music a shield against the silence, the house's drafty vastness a whisper beneath the beat. I had headphones in as I was cleaning, and even though I had my music loud, I thought that I could hear some movement in between songs, and felt that I could feel some movement every now and then. From the vibrations in the house I chalked it up to the house just being big and drafty, especially since the windows were all wide open. Between tracks, a shuffle, a faint creak, a tremor in the floor. I paused, my broom still, the hum snarling louder, a growl I dismissed as wind through open panes. The house's age playing tricks as I shook it off, diving back into the rhythm. As I neared the completion of the cleaning of the house, my headphones started to die, the beauty of wireless headphones, I thought, and I brought my headphones back downstairs and threw them in my bag. I went back upstairs to finish cleaning the bedroom and the bathroom that was upstairs. The battery's last hum faded, silence crashing in as I tossed them in my bag. The house's growl pulsing louder, sharper, a snarl that wasn't just draft, wasn't just echoes, as I climbed the stairs to the second floor. The bedrooms, sparse spare rooms, barely touched, a quick dust, and done. Luckily for me, there were a lot of rooms upstairs that just looked like spare bedrooms, and they didn't need a lot of work. Just as I was finishing, I could hear shuffling coming from above me. The sound hit a shuffle, a scrape, clear and close, the hum roaring now, a growl that shook the walls, its red glint flickering in the hall's shadows. I froze, the snarl pulsed, a shadow moving overhead, its red eyes glinting from the ceiling, a presence that wasn't wind, wasn't wood, but something alive, something that shuffled in the dark, its hum a whisper that wasn't animal, wasn't human, but something that knew I was here, waiting for me to climb higher. The attic stairs loomed narrow, steep, a hum snarling from above as I gripped the rail, my boots soft on the creaking wood, the stench thickening with each step, a rot that wasn't just food, wasn't just neglect, but something alive, something wrong. I know what a drafty house sounds like, and this was not that. This was clearly some kind of movement. My first thought was that an animal of some kind had gotten into the attic. The thought of anything else didn't even cross my mind. The last thing I wanted was for these people to come home and have to deal with a squirrel or raccoon in the attic. So I figured that I would try quickly to get the animal out. Before I alerted the homeowner's eye, made my way up to the attic as slowly as I could, so I didn't alert the animal. I figured the element of surprise would be my best friend. The trapdoor creaked open, the hum a growl as I climbed. The attic, a maze of boxes and junk-old clothes, Christmas lights, heirlooms, the stench, a wall of decay. Worse than below, the snarl pulsing through the dark as I stepped in. My flashlight cutting shadows that twisted too fast, too wrong. The stairs to the attic were incredibly high and narrow. The attic was 3 stories up, and it was a high 3 stories. I got to the attic, and I didn't see anything at first, other than a whole bunch of boxes and storage. Your typical attic stuff, old clothes, Christmas decorations, some heirlooms, and just about any other junk that you can think of. The smell up in the attic was horrible. Worse than the rest of the house. Slowly stepped through the maze of boxes, trying to keep the creaky floor at a minimum as I navigated the attic. I noticed more cans and food residue. When I walked up to a stack of boxes, I saw a pair of boots coming from the side of the box. The hum roared, a snarl shaking the boards, the boots still, a blanket draped over them, its edges moving faintly, a hum pulsing beneath it. As I crept closer, my gut twisting, the red glint flickering in the dark. As I closed in on the boots, I noticed the boots had a blanket laying on top of them, and it appeared to be something stacked. As I examined it closer, it looked like the blanket was moving. I thought that the raccoon must be hiding under the blanket, eating food residue. I grabbed the blanket and whipped it off, and my heart fell in fear. It was not a raccoon. It wasn't an animal. It was a person. An older man jolted up, his face gaunt, eyes wide, a snarl tearing from his throat. As he stared back, the hum a roar, the shadow lunging with him, its red eyes glinting as I screamed. Bolting down the stairs, his shout, "Wait!" a growl I ignored, the snarl pulsing behind me as I fled. I locked myself in the car. The hum snarled, a shadow flickering in the attic window, its red gaze glinting as I dialed the owners. Their horror a mirror to mine, the snarl a whisper that wasn't gone, wasn't silenced, but waiting. As I called the cops, my hands shaking. The dark alive with something that wasn't just a man, wasn't just a squatter, but something that carved its home in the rot. An older man turned. He looked at me, looking just as scared as I was. I instinctually screamed and just ran out of the attic. I heard the man shouting for me to wait, but I wasn't going to, and for some reason, instead of calling the police, I called the homeowners first to make sure that they didn't know this person was there. And they were more horrified that I was, so I called the police. All during these calls, I sat in my locked car and didn't even pay attention to the house. When the cops showed up, they searched the house. They weren't able to find any sign of this man, as he appeared to have fled in the time that I was out in my car on the phone. The attic was a mess. Cans, wrappers, a stench of months, the hum a snarl that lingered as the owners returned. There, shock, a hum of its own, the man gone, his shadow a whisper in the top, its red eyes glinting in my dreams, a snarl that waits for the next house I dare to clean alone. The rain's shadowed air in my flat turned damp and sour last week, a faint tense of wet earth and rust seeping through the walls, a scent I couldn't scrub away no matter how many windows I flung open, or how fiercely I clinged. A ghost that clung to the old umbrella I'd found in a closet, a memory that pulsed through its frayed fabric like a wound I couldn't heal. It began when I found the umbrella, tattered black thing, tucked among coats and junk, its ribs bent and stained with faint grey smudges that looked too much like ash, though I hadn't touched it since that spring night last year, a relic from a walk that carved itself into my soul. Last night, I woke to a hum outside, a low, guttural snarl like rain pounding pavement, a sound so vivid I felt it in my chest, though my quiet street was dry when I peered out. My breath fogging the window, the glass streaked with wet marks, that twisted under the street lamp like something alive staring back. I'm a bartender now, a decade deep in pouring pints, but this isn't a shift I can clock out of. It's tied to a night last spring, a walk home that turned sinister, a memory I buried until the umbrella surfaced, dragging something dark with it from that rainy street. Now, it's here, a growl in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. I've been a casual listener for quite a while now, and I've always counted myself as fortunate that I haven't had any stories to share with you. And that all changed late last year. I feel like when people talk about their favorite seasons, spring doesn't come up a lot. I never understood why, because spring was always my favorite. The smell of flowers, The crisp erits, a rebirth after winter's endless snow where I grew up. A homecoming I craved each year. The hum of melting ice and blooming buds, a melody I loved. The smell of flowers and the air is always just beautiful. I also come from an area where it snows horribly in the winter, and it seems like winter is never going to end. So for me, spring was almost like a homecoming of sorts. Those first warm days were a gift, snowbanks shrinking, the world waking up, a season I'd chase on foot, breathing in the promise of renewal. However, the events of last year left such a bad taste in my mouth. I'll, unfortunately, never look at spring the same way again. It was late March, the thaw just beginning, when a night twisted spring's beauty into a shadow I couldn't shake. The hum of rain, a snarl that drowned the flowers. A season I'd loved, now stained with a terror that lingers in every shower. Suburban neighborhood around my apartment complex was picture-perfect tree-lined streets, neat lawns, a hum of calm that felt like a movie set, a sanctuary where I'd settled into a quiet life as a single woman. Right around late March, when the snow starts to melt, I usually try to walk as much as possible. I walked a little more last year than usual, because my car needed to be fixed. And being a single woman, I only have one car. My old hatchback was in the shop, transmission shot, so I hoofed it everywhere. The mile to the local bar where I bartended, a short trek, I didn't mind. The spring air a bomb after winter's bite. I honestly didn't mind walking, though my job wasn't far from where I lived. I bartended at a local bar that was maybe a mile away from the apartment complex where I was staying at the time. The apartments were nothing special, but they were located in a really nice suburban area. The bar was a cozy spot with paneling, dim lights, a hum of chatter from regulars, a gig I loved. The walk, a chance to soak up the sun on the way in, the crisp night air, a comfort on the way home. It was one of these picture-perfect little neighborhoods that you'd see in a movie or something. And they're tucked right in the middle of what was my little apartment sanctuary for the first couple of days. Everything was great. The weather had broken a few days prior, and I was soaking up the afternoon sun on the way to work and breathing in the nice crisp spring air at night. On the way home, I was never worried about walking alone because, like I said, the area was nice, and I never saw any kind of crime or shady characters, or even any cop cars for that matter. It was safe, or so I thought. The hum of the neighborhood, a lullaby. No shadows, no threats, just spring's embrace until the third day broke it apart. On the third day, with no car, things changed quite a bit. It was pouring outside, like one of those days where the rain is coming down so hard it looks like it's turning sideways. The sky cracked open, rain slashing sideways, a deluge that turned the streets into rivers. The hum, a snarl as I stood at my window, dread creeping in. The snarl pulsed the rain, a growl weaving through the air, a shadow flickering in the downpour, its red glint glinting from the wet pavement. A presence that wasn't just weather, wasn't just spring, but something alive, something that lingered in the storm, watching me as I braced for the walk. I tried for a ride, friends, co-workers, Uber, but my phone fritzed, the screen blank. The hum, a whisper of inevitability as I pulled on my jacket. The rain, a challenge I couldn't dodge. The rain hit like a wall as I stepped out, cold and sharp. The hum snarling louder, a growl that pulsed through the downpour as I jogged, my boots splashing through puddles, the mile to the bar stretching endless in the storm. Now, pardon the pun, but you know when they say, when it rains, it pours. And that was about to become even more true in this situation, not wanting to walk in the downpour. I tried to get a ride to work, but of course nobody was around to give me a ride. Then I tried to Uber to work, but of course my phone wasn't working, and I didn't have time to get to the phone store to fix it too. See what I mean about that expression now? Unfortunately, in the pouring rain, I had to walk to work, and never in my life has a mile seemed so long. My hood flapped, useless, the rain soaking me through, my focus narrowing to the bar's distant glow. The hum, a snarl weaving through the deluge, my breath sharp as I moved briskly, trying not to think about the wet chill seeping into my bones. I moved briskly to the bar, trying not to think about how soaked I was about to be when I arrived at work. On the walk to the bar, I do have to cross one busy intersection. When I approached the intersection, I noticed someone was behind me. It even seemed that it was a hooded figure, with their hands in the front pocket. The hum growled a shadow in my peripheral. Yards back, a dark hood hunched against the rain, hands buried deep. a figure I barely registered, the storm too loud, my annoyance too sharp. It made sense since it was raining and you wanted to cover your head well. They weren't close, but they probably were, several yards away. Didn't really pay too much attention since I was annoyed about the rain, and it was still daylight out at this point, so it's not unlikely that someone would also be walking in the rain with a hood. I crossed the intersection, the hum a snarl as I ran the rest, the bar's door a beacon as I glanced back, the figure sprinting now, crossing two, then slowing, stopping at the parking lot's edge, the rain a curtain between us, the snarl pulsed. A shadow stood still, its red eyes glinting through the downpour, a presence that wasn't just a walker, wasn't just rain, but something alive, something that watched me, its hum a growl that promised more as I ducked inside, the bar's warmth a fragile shield. The bar hummed with life, regulars chatting, glasses clinking, my soaked clothes, a misery until my manager tossed me a dry shirt, a waitress lending jeans, the shift a blur of pouring pints as the rain drummed outside, the hum a snarl I tried to drown. I crossed the intersection and ran the rest of the way. When I got to the door of the bar, I noticed that the person behind me was running across the street now, and once they got to the side of the street the bar was on, they started to walk again and stopped at the end of the parking lot of the bar again. I didn't really care because honestly, that's not that weird. My manager at the bar gave me a new company shirt, and luckily one of the waitresses had an extra pair of jeans in her car, so I wasn't able to get some dry clothes. Hours in, I spotted him end of the bar, a strange man, 50s, dark hood up, a half-drunk beer before him, his blank stare cutting through the hum, the snarl pulsing louder as I watched from my side, the other bartender serving him. Several hours into the shift, I noticed someone sitting at the end of the bar. It was a strange-looking man, most likely in his 50s since the bar is big. There are usually two of us serving drinks. The man was sitting on the other side, which the other bartender would have been serving now. Something about this guy just didn't feel right. I don't get creeped out very much, but this guy was giving me all sorts of bad feelings. He had a beer in front of him that was half drank. He was just staring into the distance. His expression just seemed completely blank. His stillness was wrong and blinking, unyielding. The hum a growl as I wondered, was it him, the hooded figure from the rain? He didn't move. The snarl roared, a shadow pulsing behind him, its red eyes glinting from the hood. A presence that wasn't just a drunk, wasn't just a man, but something alive, something that stared through me, its growl a whisper that knew I'd seen it. It's not unlikely to see people with that wandering gaze in bars, especially if they had a little too much to drink. But this guy's expression just felt different. He was completely still and not even blinking, and that's when I noticed that he had that same dark hood on, and I started to wonder if it was the same guy that I saw earlier. I realized having a dark hood doesn't make you a bad person. In fact, there were probably a dozen people in the bar with dark hooded sweatshirts on, but I still couldn't help but wonder if it was the same guy behind me when I was walking to work about 15 minutes till 2 a.m. The man finally paid his tab and left. He slipped out, the hum snarling as we locked up early, cleaning fast, Don lingering, his eyes hopeful, mine wary. The rain a growl outside as I chose to walk, jogging home, the hum a whisper I couldn't shake. As soon as he left, we locked the doors 10 minutes early and did all of our cleaning so we could get out at a reasonable time. Well, my night just kept getting better. It was still raining out, and I had to walk home. The only person with me was one of my coworkers, a guy named Dan, who I was not a big fan of. Dan liked me a lot and wanted to be more than just friends, but unfortunately, I just didn't feel for Dan the same way. We had gone on a few dates, but it really didn't go anywhere, and Dan didn't take it very well. So my options at this point were to ask Dan to drive me home or walk home alone in the rain, and I chose the rain. I was basically jogging in the rain, just trying to get home at this point. I planned on taking a hot shower as soon as I got home, so I didn't care too much about the rain this time around. About halfway to the apartment complex, I thought I heard something. When I turned around, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a figure standing about 20 feet away. The figure had a dark hood that was concealing their face and their hands in their front pocket. I turned back around and started to jog a bit faster, as it was very disconcerting to me when I looked behind me. The figure was now in a full sprint after me. The hum roared, a snarl pulsing through the rain, his shadow lunging, its red eyes glinting as I screamed. running, the growls splashing behind me. The hum a chorus of terror as headlights cut the night down. His car screeching to a stop, tackling, the figure, the hood falling, the face revealed the bar's blank man. Fleeing into the dark, the snarl fading as Dan drove me home. The hum, a whisper that lingered. Its red gaze a shadow in every spring rain I'd never trust again. The Springfist Stalker's revenge at Midnight's story is a little strange, and I'm not sure if I'm a good enough writer to convey how unnerving it was, but I was genuinely horrified at the moment, a memory that still sends shivers down my spine, though luckily I didn't have any long-term effects beyond a weird tale I tell every year. My hometown hosts an event called Springfest, a weekend festival where vendors sell food, crafts, clothes, beer, and all sorts of things. A vibrant celebration that brings the community together. My town is small, so Springfest is the talk of the town, with everyone attending every night, Friday and Saturday, where they have live music, making it a pretty cool event. As a kid, I loved to go, hanging out with school friends, a place to talk to the girls we had crushes on. The festival, a magical escape. As an adult, it was just as cool, a chance to hang out with friends and do something different, breaking the monotony of small-town life. In a weird twist of fate, my aunt and uncle took over event planning for Spist, and they asked if I'd mind helping out, specifically cleaning the area at the end of the night and getting it ready for the next day, as well as coming in on Saturday and Sunday mornings to set up. I love my aunt and uncle, so I didn't mind, and I didn't have to work during the festival, which was a bonus. They just needed my help closing down on Friday night. That Friday, I attended the festival, hanging out with old high school friends I hadn't seen in years, the music and laughter filling the air, the festival grounds alive with the glow of string lights and the scent of grilled food. Toward the end of the night, when the band finished playing, I started cleaning while the last of the crowd trickled out, the once lively atmosphere fading into quiet. The festival grounds a mess of cups and wrappers I set to work on. My uncle gave me an envelope with cash to pay the band, asking if I could handle it while he took care of something else, a task I was happy to do. I approached the band, gave them the money, and chatted for a few minutes about nothing special. They were cool guys, easy to talk to, their laid-back vibe, a nice end to the night. I said goodbye, walked away, and started wiping down tables. The festival grounds now nearly empty, the loud, ecstatic atmosphere becoming quiet in no time. The silence a stark contrast to the earlier energy, the string lights casting long shadows across the tables. In the corner of my vision, I thought I saw someone watching me, a flicker of movement that made me pause, my heart skipping a beat as I turned around. To my surprise, it was a really beautiful woman, standing there, looking at me and smiling. Her presence, unexpected, in the now deserted festival grounds. I'm a bit awkward, so I didn't know what to do, waving and asking if she needed anything. My voice hesitant, she waved back, smiling even bigger, her voice excited as she said, "Hey, cutie, what are you still doing here?" In typical me fashion, I looked around awkwardly and mumbled, "At cleaning tables." My smoothness leaving much to be desired, but she giggled and approached me, her confidence a contrast to my nerves. The lights under the tent revealing her beauty, a moment that set the stage for a night that would turn sinister at Springfest. Under the tent's lights, I could see the woman more clearly, and she was indeed gorgeous, her beauty striking, though if I had to guess, significantly older than me. I was 22 at the time, and I'd say she was at least 45, if not older. Her confidence and poise a contrast to my awkwardness. She wasn't awkward at all, her ease making her easy to talk to. A relief, as I'd initially thought she might be someone who drank too much, but she didn't seem under the influence, her clarity disarming, her smile warm as she started asking me questions. She asked about what I did for a living, what I did for fun, how I knew the band, and all sorts of things, her curiosity genuine, her voice engaging, drawing me in despite my nerves. We ended up talking for hours, the festival grounds quiet around us, the night stretching on as we connected. Her laughter, a melody in the stillness, my initial awkwardness fading under her charm. She finally said she had to go, and we exchanged phone numbers, a small victory that left me giddy. My lack of experience with women, especially one her age, making the moment feel monumental. A spark of hope in my small-town life. I didn't have a ton of experience with women, and zero with a woman this age, so I was careful not to make a fool of myself, my excitement tempered by a fear of messing things up. Later that night, when I got home, I noticed she'd already texted me, a message that came through at 1:47 a.m., saying, "Hey, cutie, I loved talking to you tonight. Maybe tomorrow night we can grab a drink at Springfest and spend some time together." My heart was racing, thrilled at the prospect, and we texted back and forth, my excitement growing. Though I realized I never got her name, a smooth move on my part, my overthinking making it hard to ask without feeling weird. I tried to sneak in a text asking for her name, but the conversation's direction made it feel out of place. And I didn't want to be weird, my 22-year-old self a textbook overthinker, a trait I now see wasn't that big a deal, but back then, it paralyzed me. The last message she sent was at 4:01 a.m., saying, "I can't wait until tomorrow. I'm excited to see you. Oh, and by the way, bring an overnight bag with you," followed by a kiss emoji. Her words sending my heart into overdrive. The implication, thrilling, though a flicker of doubt tugged at the edges of my excitement. Her forwardness, a contrast to my inexperience. I woke up at 7:30 the next morning, heading to the festival to help my aunt and uncle set up the day, a beautiful one, nearly 70 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. The festival grounds buzzing with anticipation, my mood buoyant, as I felt like I was floating all day, thinking about seeing her again. In the early afternoon, I texted her, asking when she was coming, but never got a reply, a small pang of worry creeping in. At 7:30 p.m., I texted again, saying, "Looking forward to tonight," but again, no response, the silence growing heavier as the night progressed. The band set, nearing its end, the crowd thinning, and it became clear she wasn't coming, a disappointment that settled in my chest, though I told myself it was for the best as I wiped down tables shortly after midnight. The festival grounds now nearly empty, the string lights casting a dim glow. I felt a chill, a sense that I wasn't alone. The quiet, a stark contrast to the previous night's warmth, a prelude to a confrontation that would turn Springfest into a nightmare. Her absence, a shadow that would soon take form in the most terrifying way. The festival grounds were nearly deserted as I wiped down tables shortly after midnight, the string lights casting a dim glow, the air cool and quiet, a stark contrast to the previous night's warmth. Then I noticed her, the woman standing there, but she didn't look the same as the night before. Her beauty now overshadowed by an angry expression, her eyes sharp with a fury I couldn't understand. I asked if she was okay, my voice hesitant, but she just stood there, staring at me, her silence unnerving, her gaze piercing as she started to approach me slowly, both hands behind her back, a posture that sent a chill down my spine, my instincts screaming that something was wrong when she was only a few feet away. She spoke, her voice low and accusatory. "You lied to me. You said you knew the band." I was so confused, my mind racing. I'd never said I knew the band personally, only that I told her they were cool guys and I was paying them for my uncle. A casual comment she'd twisted into something more. I stood there in silence, unsure how to respond, and she continued, "I thought they would be here tonight, but they weren't. You're a liar." Her words made no sense. That band wasn't even performing tonight. It was a different band each night, a detail she should have known. Her accusation baseless, her anger irrational. I tried to apologize, my voice shaky, but she began to scream in my face. Not words, just a weird, loud, bellowing scream, a primal sound that echoed through the empty festival grounds. Her face contorted with rage, a terrifying transformation from the woman I'd met the night before. I turned and walked away, embarrassed and unsure what to do, her scream still ringing in my ears, the realization dawning that she wasn't all there, her behavior unhinged, a danger I hadn't seen coming. She yelled, "Get back here, liar," her voice sharp, and when I turned around, she tried to hit me with a wooden object, her movements wild, the object swinging toward me with force. I put my arms up, my size a small advantage, as the board broke over my arms, the impact jarring but not enough to stop me, my heart pounding as I realized how close I'd come to serious harm. Instead of doing anything I'd regret, I turned and ran to my car, my legs pumping as I sprinted across the festival grounds, the woman's shouts fading behind me. I started to drive away, glancing in my rearview mirror to see her running after my car, Her figure, a dark silhouette in the night, a haunting image that seared itself into my memory. The next day, Sunday, the festival only went until 6 p.m, and I told my aunt I'd help set up but wasn't feeling well, unable to tear anything down with them. The truth being, I didn't want to potentially see that woman again. Her attack leaving me shaken, the surreal experience a weight I couldn't shake. When I got there, the lead singer from Friday's band confronted me, looking upset, his voice mellow and embarrassed as he said, "Hey, dude, I'm so sorry about Pam. She's my ex-girlfriend, and she's not doing well. She tried to attack me several years ago, and I have a restraining order against her. She often tries to contact people I know to make me jealous." He explained she'd contacted one of his bandmates, planning to do something crazy to the kid at the festival. And after talking with my buddy, he realized it was me, a revelation that left me stunned, the pieces of her behavior falling into place. The Springfest stalker's revenge at midnight was a nightmare I'll never forget. Pam's unhinged rage, a terrifying reminder of how quickly a connection can turn deadly. Her attack, a surreal moment that left me questioning my judgment, a shadow over the festival I'd once loved. The lead singer's revelation about Pam left me stunned. His apology, a small comfort as he explained her history of instability, her attack on him years ago, and her pattern of targeting people he knew to make him jealous, a twisted game that had nearly turned violent again at Steve. I'm a laid-back guy, so I didn't take any action, telling him everything was all right and no harm was done. My calm exterior masking the fear that still lingered, the memory of her scream, the wooden object breaking over my arms, a nightmare I couldn't fully shake. I'm not sure if the guy from the band took action against her, but on my end, this was the last time anything regarding this event happened. A relief that allowed me to move forward, though the experience remained a haunting tale I'd tell. For years, I seriously hoped this poor woman got some help. Her unhinged behavior, a sign of deeper struggles, a tragedy beneath her rage that I couldn't ignore, even after what she'd done. This is the strangest thing that's ever happened to me, and it really was scary at that moment. A surreal encounter that left me questioning my judgment, my naivety at 22, a vulnerability I'd never let show again. If you find yourself thinking, it wasn't scary, try putting yourself in my shoes. The thought of an angry, heartbroken person attacking you, their rage fueled by a delusion, isn't just confusing, it's terrifying. A fear that cuts deep when you're alone in the dark, facing someone who's lost touch with reality. The Springfest stalker's revenge at midnight taught me a lesson I'll never forget. Trust your instincts, especially when something feels off, because even the most charming encounters can hide a dangerous truth, a shadow that can strike when you least expect it. I still think about that night, the festival grounds, the woman's scream, her attack, a memory that haunts me, a reminder of how quickly a connection can turn deadly, how even a small-town event can become a stage for terror. I'm more cautious now, always watching for the signs I missed. The Springfest of 2012, a scar on my past, a warning to others to beware the strangers who seem too good to be true. Their smiles are masked for the darkness within. The bat in the shadowed air in my garage turned damp and bitter last week, a faint tang of wet grass and rust seeping through the walls, a scent I couldn't scrub away no matter how many times I aired it out or swept the concrete a ghost. That clung to the old baseball glove I'd found tucked in a box, a memory that pulsed through its worn leather like a wound I couldn't heal. It began when I found the glove a kid-sized MIT, buried among dusty gear, its stitching frayed and stained with faint grey smudges that looked too much like ash, though I hadn't touched it since that spring season last year, a relic from a game that turned sinister. Last night, I woke to a hum outside, a low, guttural snarl like wood cracking under weight, a sound so vivid I felt it in my chest, though my quiet street was empty when I peered out, my breath fogging the window, the glass streaked with wet marks that twisted under the street lamp like something alive staring back. I'm a warehouse worker now, a decade deep in hauling crates, but this isn't a load I can shift. It's tied to a little league season, a coaching stint that turned dark, a memory I buried until the glove surfaced, dragging something sinister with it from that muddy field. Now, it's here, a growl in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. I really love spring, and I always have. Even when I was a kid, spring usually means baseball season here. and I was an avid baseball player. In my youth, the crack of bats, the smell of fresh-cut grass. Spring was my season, a rebirth after winter's endless snow where I grew up, a time when the world hummed with life, and I'd chase grounders under a warming sun. Now that I'm a parent, I'm thrilled that my son loves baseball as well. He's at the age where he plays Little League, and it's honestly great at this level. The kids just have fun and are competitive, but it's a great form for teaching and instructing the children, not just in sports but also life. My boy's grin as he swung his bat was pure joy. Little League, a sandbox of lessons in teamwork and grit, a hum of laughter and cheers I'd relived through him, a season I'd always cherished until last year twisted it into something I'd never forget. In my son's second year in Little League, I decided to coach the team since they were desperate for coaches. What a great and rewarding experience. It was a chance to give back, to shape a ragtag crew of kids into a team. The hum of the diamond, a melody I loved until a shadow turned that spring into a snarl I couldn't shake. March rolled in wet and muddy, the field still soggy from winter's thaw, but I'd snagged a gym for our team to kick off practice drills, and chatter echoing off the walls, the hum of baseball waking up after months of snow. At the risk of sounding selfish, my job was even easier, because my son had unfortunately broken his arm right before the season, so I didn't have to worry about being one of those coaches who plays his kid more than the other kids, you know. Not that I would ever do that, but after playing sports my whole life, a lot of parents, unfortunately, perceive things that way. His cast was a bittersweet relief, no favoritism whispers, just a chance to focus on the team, my son cheering from the bench. The hum, a growl I didn't hear then as I clapped kids through drills. Practices started right at the beginning of March. Even though it was still wet and muddy outside, I was able to secure a gym for us to start practicing in. We would do basic drills and just get ourselves in the groove of playing baseball again. Grounders rolled, bats swung 10 kids in mismatched jerseys, their laughter a hum that drowned the damp, a groove I settled into as coach. The season's promise bright, despite the grey outside. One of the kids on my team was a quiet kid named Randall. Such a sweet kid, but clearly didn't love baseball. Every practice, he would ask to go sit down. He loved giving all the kids on the team water. Randall was a shadow on the sidelines, shy, his dark eyes darting as he shuffled over with a water jug, a grin flickering when the team thanked him, but his heart wasn't in the game. The hum, a snarl beneath his quiet as he'd perch on the bench. I had a few chats with Randall to see if he wanted to play, and told him that he didn't have to if he didn't want to. He always seemed so nervous every time we had this conversation, like he was going to get yelled at, and he would just say, "No, it's okay, I want to be here." "You sure, buddy?" I'd ask, his nod quick, his voice a whisper, the hum pulsing as I watched him, a tension I couldn't place shadowing his words. The snarl grew, the hum, a growl weaving through his nerves, a shadow flickering in his eyes, its red glint glinting from the gym's corners, a presence that wasn't just shyness, wasn't just a kid, but something alive, something that lingered behind him, watching me as I tried to coax him out. So, as long as he wanted to be a part of the team, I made sure that he felt comfortable. I would do everything I could to get him into the drills and participate, but he just wanted to cheer from the sidelines, and if that's what made him happy, I let him be a team manager of sorts. He became my little helper, water boy, cheerleader. The hum, a snarl I ignored, his role a quiet hum of its own as the team embraced him, a rhythm I thought was safe until the field opened, a shadow I couldn't see. The muddy fields dried as April bloomed. Our first game, a hum of excitement, kids buzzing, parents cheering, the crack of bats, a spring anthem as I coached from the dugout. Randall at my side, his grin wide as he handed out cups. When we started to practice in the field, I had a sit-down meeting with his mother. I just wanted her to be aware of Randall's level of participation and how he felt. It seemed like she understood, but she also seemed a bit off for some reason. She claimed if Randall was happy, she supported him, which made me happy. Her eyes darted, her voice tied something off, a hum beneath her words I dismissed as nerves. Her nod, quick as I assured her, he's welcome anytime he wants to play. The snarl, a whisper I didn't hear then. I made sure that I reiterated to her and that as soon as he felt comfortable getting out there, I would make sure that there was a spot on the field for him. And, finally, it was time for our first game. The entire team was excited, especially Randall. He became almost like my little assistant coach, He would cheer on his teammates and make sure everyone stayed hydrated and motivated. Kids loved him, and everyone loved having this positive reinforcement on the bench. He was a spark shouting, "You got this," as our pitcher faltered, his water jug a lifeline, the hum a growl I didn't notice as the team rallied, his quiet strength a hum of its own. We won the first game, and I gave the MVP award to Randall. Pitcher was frustrated going into the last inning of the game, and Randall talked to him and calmed him down. And after the game, our pitcher said, "Coach, thanks to Randall giving me that pep talk, I believed in myself." And the whole team started to chant Randall's name, so I knew that I had to give him the MVP award, even if it was just for fun. "You know, MVP," I called, handing him a candy bar, the team roaring his name, his shy grin a hum of pride until the crowd thinned and a shadow loomed. We talked for a little bit, and then I told the kids that I would see them at the next practice. I started to pack everything up, and I was confronted by a short but very muscular man. I turned around, and the little man said to me, "Hey, what's the big idea, coach? You think we're a joke?" His voice cut the hum, a snarl pulsing through the air, his wiry frame tense, his eyes glinting red under the field lights, the growl a roar as I blinked, confused. The snarl pulsed, the shadow towered, its red eyes glinting from his glare, a presence that wasn't just a man, wasn't just anger, but something alive, something that growled as he stepped closer, the hum a whisper of violence I couldn't dodge. The field was quiet now, the hum snarling louder as the man loomed, his muscles bulging under a tight jacket, his face a mask of fury I didn't understand. I had no idea what he was talking about. I looked at him like he was talking to the wrong person. Then he said, "I'm Randall's father. What kind of BS is this? My son ain't no cheerleader." The hum roared, his snarl a growl that shook the air, his eyes glinting red, the shadow pulsing behind him as I stammered, "Talk to his mum, he's happy, helping out." I knew right away at this point what was happening, and I tried to communicate to the man everything that I had told the boy's mother. But he cut me off by saying, "I don't care what you told her, I'm the boy's father, and he's a baseball player, not some cheerleader." His voice was venom, the hum a snarl as he stepped closer, aggression radiating, the growl a hum that pulsed through the field. My son's eyes wide from the car as I held up a hand, calm despite the storm. I could sense the aggression coming from him, and I decided it was best for me to just excuse myself from the situation. My son was in the car waiting, and I could see him looking at me through the car window, and very calmly I said, "Listen, I like Randall a lot. Tiff, you want to have a conversation about this? Call me, and we'll set up a meeting, okay? I mean, I don't want to talk about this now, when you're clearly upset and my son's in the car." He exploded a tantrum, fists clenched, shouting nonsense as I walked away, the hum snarling, his shadow a growl I left behind. My patience gone. That night, the snarl returned, a knock at the door, the hum pulsing through the house, a shadow glinting red on the ring camera, his bat a threat as he stood there, the growl a roar that wasn't just a man, wasn't just rage, but something alive, something that waited in the dark. The man started to throw a temper tantrum as much as a 2-year-old would, and I was surprised just how much more mature his son was than this maniac. I walked away and just let him holler to himself. I have no patience for that. And I don't care if I got in trouble from the league. I wasn't going to deal with that attitude that night. After my son was in bed, I was talking to my wife about the situation. We talked about just how sad it was for Randall, since he's such a sweet kid, and he had such an arrogant father. Nothing worse than those parents that force their kids to play sports, or do things that they don't want to do. When we were getting ready for bed, there was a knock on the door, and we both looked at each other with confusion. We weren't expecting anyone, especially at this hour of the night. Made my way to the door and asked who was there. No response. Of course, it then dawned on me that I have one of those ring cameras, and I always forget about it. I pulled up the camera feed, and it was Randall's father just standing there. I told him to get off my property before I called the police, and he just stood there. After a few seconds, I thought that he was leaving, but instead he went back to his car and grabbed a baseball bat, a smaller one you would use for Little League, and made my way back to the door and knocked again with my family inside. I wasn't taking any chances, so I called the police a few minutes later. The police showed up, and he was still just standing there when he turned and saw the police. I heard him shout, "Really, dude? The cops? You can't just handle this, man." He threw the bat down, and the cops rapidly approached him, and it looked like they detained him. "Coward," he yelled, the hum snarling as they cuffed him, the bat clattering, the growl fading as I watched from the window. My son, safe, the shadow retreating into the night. I didn't press charge as his wife's voice shook on the phone. The next day, separated, apologetic, the league banning him, the hum, a whisper as spring rolled on. Randall's grin, a hum of its own at practice. But it's here the growl in the glove, the snarl in the dark, the shadow on my street, it's red, eyes glinting from a truck that circles late, a whisper that promises he's not gone. That spring's beauty hides a bat waiting to swing again. The greenhouse shadow in the rainy night. Ever since I was young, I've always had a green thumb, a passion that took root in my childhood, nurtured by countless hours spent with my dad in his garden. My dad wasn't into sports or other hobbies, he just loved to take care of his plants, his hands always dusted with soil, his face lighting up as he tended to his blooms. Sharing those experiences with him during my childhood is why I still enjoy it as an adult. The act of gardening, a bridge to those memories, a way to feel close to him even now. His favorite time of year was spring, when winter starts to melt away, and plants begin to bud and bloom, a season of renewal that brought him joy. Where I live, spring is always accompanied by rain. The shower's a double-edged sword, great for the plants, but a challenge for outdoor gardening, which is why I've always wanted a greenhouse at home, a sheltered space to nurture my plants. Year-round. Every unit that seemed nice enough to buy was close to $1,000 or more, a price tag that kept my dream out of reach for years. But I saved up extra money over the course of a year, determined to make it happen. I finally found one on sale for just under $1,000 with tax, a 20 by 8 foot model with sturdy rods and nice plastic. Though the sliding door on a track was a little flimsy but convenient, a minor flaw I could live with, I was pleased with the quality and super excited to get started. The greenhouse, a symbol of my dedication to gardening, a space all my own. It took a while to set up, but I had extra pots, soil, and other supplies, so I didn't need to spend more on setup, a relief. For my budget, I started with the basics: tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, lettuce, and a variety of herbs. The familiar rhythm of planting a comfort, the greenhouse quickly becoming my sanctuary. Dart hours would pass like minutes inside the greenhouse, time slipping away as I watered, trimmed, or simply reflected on memories of my dad, like the times we'd take a clipping from one plant and try to turn it into its own bush, a shared ritual that felt alive in every new sprout. I made sure to put some of my dad's plants in pots he left me, especially the ones that would grow large and need extra room. Their presence, a connection to him, a legacy of love in every leaf. The greenhouse sliding door had a clasp, where it closed, allowing me to put a padlock on it, a precaution I always took to keep my dogs or other animals that might meander into my backyard out. The last thing I wanted being to walk in one night and see a skunk hanging out, a scenario I'd rather avoid. The greenhouse stood in my backyard, a haven of green amidst the rainy spring, its plastic walls a shield against the elements, a place where I could lose myself in the past and present. The scent of soil and the sound of rain, a soothing backdrop to my memories. But that haven would soon become a stage for terror, the padlock a flimsy defense against a shadow that would emerge in the rainy night. A nightmare I couldn't have foreseen in the sanctuary I'd built with love. One night, I was out in the greenhouse, not tending to the plants but seeking a quiet escape. The rain falling heavily outside, the sound of droplets hitting the plastic roof, a soothing rhythm I'd always loved. I decided to read, using the rain as background noise, a habit I'd developed because I needed neutral background noise to focus, no idea why. I'd just always done that. The patter of rain, a perfect companion to my book. I got lost in the book that night, the story pulling me in, losing track of time as the hours slipped away. The greenhouse, a cocoon of warmth and light amidst the storm. It was really late, at least for me, and I knew it was time to turn the lights off and head back inside, the rain still pounding, the night deep and dark beyond the plastic walls. About 5 hours later, I was jolted awake, a banging noise coming from my back porch, shattering the silence, my heart racing as I sat up, the sound sharp and insistent, pulling me from sleep. I got my dogs up and went downstairs, my pulse quickening, but didn't see anything on the porch. the darkness outside a void I couldn't penetrate. I opened the door to the backyard, the rain still pouring, and activated the motion sensor light, its beam cutting through the night. Revealing the source of the noise, the greenhouse door was flying back and forth, halfway off its track, the wind blowing the upper portion into the beam, causing a loud clanging sound that echoed through the storm. A jarring disruption in the quiet night. One of my dogs came out with me, the smaller one braving the rain. But the other, the big 110-pound dog, didn't want to come out, staying inside, his reluctance a small frustration as I needed his protective presence. I slowly approached the greenhouse, my flashlight in hand, the rain soaking through my clothes, and turned on one of the overhead lights. The interior illuminated in a harsh glow. It was soaked inside, water pooling on the floor, and there was a good amount of mud, not just soil, but actual mud, in patches that seemed odd, as if something had been dragged or spilled. I chalked it up to the weather, but the door being detached didn't explain the mud. Maybe some soil spilled out, I thought, trying to rationalize it. I put the door back on the track, relocked it, and went back to bed, my clothes damp, my mind uneasy. My husband asked if I was okay, and I told him I was fine, that the storm had gotten bad, urging him to go back to sleep. Though the door lingered in my thoughts, a quiet unease I couldn't shake. The greenhouse, my sanctuary of growth and memory, had been breached by the storm. The clanging door, a harbinger of something darker. The mud, a mystery I couldn't solve. The rainy night, a backdrop to a growing sense of dread. I tried to push it aside, but the patches of mud, the broken door, were a puzzle that hinted at something more. A shadow in the rain that would soon reveal itself, turning my haven into a stage for terror. The next morning, I went back into the greenhouse, the storm having passed, the air fresh, but the interior still bearing the scars of the night before. The floor had mostly dried up, but there was still a lot of mud, not soil, but actual mud, in patches that looked like someone had been walking or standing in a few spots. The patterns too deliberate to be random, a detail that sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to figure out what it could have been, my mind racing for explanations. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind, but the unease from the night before lingered. The mud, a puzzle I couldn't solve, so I moved on, not dwelling on it, focusing on the day ahead. It was nice out, the sun shining, so we took the dogs for a walk. The fresh air, a welcome distraction, though the mud stayed in the back of my mind, a quiet whisper of something amiss. That night, the rain started again, a steady downpour that mirrored the previous evening, and I decided to read in the greenhouse to relax before bed. The familiar patter of rain, a comfort I craved. I had only one light on, enough to read by, but leaving the rest of the area somewhat dark. The motion light outside, on as always when I was out there, its beam a reassuring presence. As I was reading, I started to get an uneasy feeling, a creeping dread I initially blamed on the scary story I was reading, its plot likely creeping me out, a rational explanation for the hairs standing on the back of my neck. But out of the corner of my eye, I kept thinking I saw a shadow move, a flicker of movement that made my heart skip, my breath catching as I tried to focus on the page, telling myself it was just my imagination. I finally lifted my head from the book, my eyes scanning the greenhouse, and saw something move in front of the motion light in my backyard, a dark shape that sent a jolt of fear through me, my pulse quickening as I realized I wasn't alone. I had no idea what it was, but I was freaked out enough to go inside, my hands trembling as I started packing my stuff up, putting my chair away, and moving to switch off the overhead light. Right then, I saw a blurred face looking at me through the plastic screen of one of the greenhouse panels. The image distorted but unmistakable, a pair of eyes staring directly at me, the sight freezing me in shock and terror. My body rooted to the spot for what felt like 10 minutes, but was probably only 10 seconds. My mind racing with panic. I screamed as loud as I could for my husband, the sound raw and desperate, and made a run inside, my legs shaking as I bolted through the rain, the greenhouse door slamming behind me. My husband was already coming toward the backyard, the dogs not far behind, their barks echoing as I reached him, his face pale with worry as he asked what was wrong. I told him what I saw, my voice trembling, and he put shoes on to go outside, the dogs already out, barking their heads off but not seeming otherwise bothered. Their lack of alarm a small comfort, but not enough to ease my fear. My husband did a walk around the backyard, searching for any sign of the intruder, but couldn't find anything or anyone, the rain washing away any tracks. The night silent except for the patter of droplets, a void that offered no answers. The greenhouse, once my sanctuary, had become a place of terror. The blurred face in the plastic screen, a haunting image that seared itself into my memory. The rainy night, a backdrop to a fear I couldn't shake, a shadow that turned my haven into a nightmare I'd never forget. My husband and I stood in the backyard, the rain soaking through our clothes, the dogs' barks fading as they found nothing to chase. The night silent, except for the steady patter of droplets, the motion light casting long shadows across the grass. We debated whether to call the police, my fear still raw. The blurred face in the greenhouse panel, a haunting image I couldn't shake. My husband's calm presence a small comfort, but not enough to ease my panic. We decided to call and have someone come out wanting a report in case there were further occurrences, a precaution that felt necessary in the wake of such terror. The police came out, their flashlights cutting through the rain, but they didn't see anyone or find anything, the storm likely washing away any evidence. Their advice, to stay in for the night and let them know if anything else occurred. A practical but unsatisfying resolution, leaving us with more questions than answers. Over the next few days, I didn't have any other occurrences on the property, a relief that allowed me to breathe a little easier, though the fear lingered, a shadow that followed me every time I stepped into the backyard. Ever since then, I bring my husband with me if I'm going out to the greenhouse after dark, a precaution I'll never abandon. The memory of that night too vivid, the blurred face too real to risk being alone again. The greenhouse, once a place of solace where I could connect with my dad's memory, had become a place of fear, its plastic walls no longer a shield but a window to danger, a reminder of how quickly safety can be shattered. The greenhouse shadow, in the rainy night, taught me a lesson I'll never forget. Even the places we loved most can harbor danger, the shadows hiding threats we can't predict. A truth that changed how I see my sanctuary forever. I still think about that night, the banging door, the mud, the face in the plastic screen. A memory that haunts me, a reminder of the vulnerability of solitude, the fragility of the spaces we hold dear. I'm more cautious now, always checking the locks, always bringing company. The greenhouse, a bittersweet reminder of both my dad's legacy and the terror that invaded it. A warning to others to never let their guard down, even in the places they feel safest. The scream across the street air in my bedroom turned damp and sour last week, a faint tank of wet earth and rust seeping through the walls, a scent I couldn't scrub away no matter how many times I aired it out or wiped the silver ghost. That clung to the old window screen I'd found tucked in a closet. A memory that pulsed through its rusted frame like a wound I couldn't heal. It began when I found the screen a weathered mesh, buried under blankets and junk, its edges bent and stained with faint grey smudges that looked too much like ash, though I hadn't touched it since that spring night last year, a relic from a moment that carved itself into my soul. Last night, I woke to a hum outside, a low, guttural snarl like voices tearing through the dark. A sound so vivid I felt it in my chest, though my quiet street was still when I peered out, my breath fogging the glass, the pane streaked with wet marks that twisted under the street lamp like something alive staring back. I'm a clerk now, a decade deep in filing papers, but this isn't a ledger I can balance. It's tied to a night last spring, a scene I overheard that turned sinister, a memory I buried until the screen surfaced, dragging something dark with it from that open window. Now, it's here, a growl in my bones I can't silence, growing louder each time I try to sleep. Sometimes being a fly on the wall isn't always as intriguing as you may think. It's human nature sometimes to listen to an argument or watch as a fight unfolds. You know you don't want to, and that it's wrong, but sometimes you can't look away well. I can tell you firsthand that I wish I would have just walked away, because I still don't know what I witnessed. I've always been a listener. Arguments, scuffles, the hum of life spilling through my windows, a curiosity I couldn't shake, a flaw I indulged until it turned on me that night. For some context, it was right around the beginning of spring. Felt cooped up all winter, so I couldn't wait to start opening up some windows and letting some fresh air into my house. I'm usually always hot anyway. So even on those brisk spring nights, I liked to have the windows open. Spring was my escape. The snow melted, the air bloomed. A hum of renewal after winter's endless chill where I lived. A season I craved as I flung open every sash. The breeze, a balm against my skin. The neighborhood's quiet, a hum I loved until that night twisted it into a snarl. I couldn't unharm me house, sat in a quiet pocket family homes. Kids' bikes on lawns. A hum of suburban peace I'd chosen for its calm. A place I'd dreamed of raising a family someday. Its stillness, a comfort, as spring woke it up. I live in a quiet neighborhood with a lot of families and children. It's nice and seems like an ideal spot to start a family. When I get to that point in my life one night, I was getting into bed, and I go to bed early every night. So it was only about 9 p.m. I had the window in the living room wide open, and the living room is right outside my bedroom. I put a weight in front of my door to prop it open, so the wind doesn't slam my bedroom door shut. That happened one night, and I thought I was being robbed. Sounded like a truck was driving through my house. So now I make sure that I always prop the door open. The breeze hummed through the screen, cool and crisp. The waiter brick from the yard holding the door. The memory of that crash, a hum I'd laughed off as I slipped into bed. The neighborhood's quiet, a lullaby as I drifted off. The spring air, a hum of its own I welcomed each night. I woke up a little after midnight to the sound of shouting. I thought maybe it was on my TV at first, but the TV was turned off. I got out of bed and made my way to the living room. At this point, I could clearly tell that it was undeniably shouting. The hum snapped, a snarl tearing through the dark, shouts piercing the stillness, my eyes blinking awake as I stumbled out. The living room's open window, a hum of chaos spilling in. The growl pulsing louder, sharper, a sound I couldn't place. The snarl roared, the hum, a growl weaving through the night. A shadow flickering beyond the screen, its red glint glinting from the street. A presence that wasn't just noise, wasn't just neighbors, but something alive, something that pulsed in the dark, watching me as I crept closer. At first, I was intrigued. I sat on the couch like I was eagerly awaiting an episode of a favorite show. I heard a woman screaming all sorts of obscenities and curse words, followed by a guy who just kept saying things like "shut up" and other obscenities. Nothing was really too hostile. It just sounded like an angry woman yelling at her man who didn't seem like a great human. Her voice cut shrill, furious, a stream of filth answered by his gruff "shut up." A hum of anger I leaned into, the snarl a hum beneath it as I listened, drawn in like a moth to a flame. The night's quiet, shattered by a drama I couldn't turn off. The growl, a whisper I didn't yet fear. The shouting swelled, a hum snarling louder as I perched on the couch. The woman's curses, a whip cracking through the night. The man's retorts, a growl beneath her rage. The scene, a hum of its own I couldn't shake. After a few minutes of this, I heard a third voice. It sounded like a teenage boy, a voice that cracked quite a bit. And this is where the story gets a little intense. The young voice shouted, "Shut up, I'll do what I want." The anger and intensity in his voice got me to spring right up, and now I was concerned. His crack snapped, a raw, furious "shut up." The hum roaring, a snarl pulsing through the dark as I stood, my gut twisting. The growl, a hum of menace I couldn't ignore. The woman responded, "You can't do that, you'll get in trouble. This has to be the last time." And then the man chimed in, "What the hell does that get me involved with? You people are nuts." The teenager then responded with an aggressive "shut up," and after that, it was quiet for a few minutes. And then the loud noises and screams started again. It sounded like an action movie. Her plea trembled, "This has to stop." His scoff, a growl. The boy's shout, a snarl that silenced them. The hum, a hum of dread as quiet fell. Then shattered screams, crashes, a growl roaring through the night. The shadow pulsing beyond. The screen, its red eyes glinting as I edged to the window. I peered out, the snarl pulsed, a shadow moving in the dark, its red gaze glinting from across the street. A presence that wasn't just a fight, wasn't just voices, but something alive, something that growled as the screams turned shrill. The hum, a chorus of terror I couldn't unhear. I began to look out the window, but I couldn't tell what house it was coming from. Every one of my neighbors had teen children, so it could have been anyone. Really, I heard the older man scream stop repeatedly, and he sounded scared, and not angry anymore. I couldn't hear the teenager anymore, and only heard the man screaming stop, and the woman shrieking but not actually saying anything. His stop was a plea. Desperate, the woman's shrieks, a hum of panic, the growl snarling louder, the shadow a hum of its own as I froze. Headlights cutting the dark cop cars, their hum a relief as they rolled in, the snarl pulsing beneath their sirens. As I just listened helplessly like a deer in headlights, I saw the lights of a cop car coming down the street, right when I thought that maybe I should call. I was relieved that someone did what I couldn't do. I saw the house they entered, and it was the house that was across the street to the left of my house. So not directly across the street. Couldn't believe how loud they were being, that I could hear them this well all the way from my living room. I could still hear the woman sobbing. But that was it. No other noise. A few minutes later, several more cop cars rolled up as well as an ambulance. The street flared, red and blue lights pulsing, the hum snarling beneath the sirens as cops swarmed the house across and left, its windows dark. The woman's sobs, a hum fading into the night, an ambulance idling as neighbors clustered. Their whispers, a hum I watched from my unlit room. I could see other neighbors outside being nosy, but I stayed in my dark living room and watched from a distance. Eventually, the cops took the teenage kid out of the house in handcuffs. I couldn't believe it. It was dark, but with all the streetlights and sirens, I could see his face, and the kid looked like he had no remorse. At Ali couldn't be sure, but it almost looked like he was kind of smiling. His smirk glinted cold, unyielding, the hum a growl as they shoved him into the car. The snarl pulsing through the dark, his shadow a hum of its own as I stared. The red eyes glinting from his silhouette, a presence that wasn't just a boy, wasn't just anger, but something alive, something that smiled at the chaos it left. The cop cars and ambulance were parked there for quite some time. Was expecting the worst and expected to see the EMTs bring one of the two adults out of the house. But thankfully that never happened. Eventually, the cops and EMTs left, and nobody else was taken out of the house. So at least my worst fear wasn't a reality. The growl lingered, the hum a snarl weaving through the night, a shadow pacing the street, its red eyes glinting from the dark, a presence that wasn't gone, wasn't silenced, but waiting as I stood there, the screen a hum of its own I couldn't close. The next day, I went outside to get the mail, and I saw one of my neighbors outside. I asked her what had happened last night, and she just shrugged. She said that she was the one who called the police because it sounded violent, and I agreed. She heard all the same stuff that I heard, so I couldn't get any juicy gossip as to what had happened. However, she did tell me that the son, whom I'm assuming is the one they took away from the house that night, has a lot of issues in school with fighting, and apparently this isn't his first run-in with the law, even though he's not even legally an adult. Yet just as I was getting ready to head back inside, I noticed the man from the altercation come outside to get his mail. He was limping and had massive bruises all over his face. I turned back around right away, not trying to get caught staring at this poor man. His shuffle was slow, bruises purple, eyes hollow, the hum a growl as I ducked inside, the snarl pulsing through the street, a shadow I couldn't face. I never heard another noise come from that house, and I still live across the street. Can say I never saw the kid again either, so I'm not sure what happened, and I can only speculate away. This was a terrible night, even though it didn't directly affect me, but if you could hear the sounds and screams that I heard that night, I'm sure you would agree this is one of the worst things anybody can witness sometimes. It's just better to close the window and go to sleep. The hum snarls, stilts, red eyes glinting from the screen, a shadow pacing my nights, a growl that promises spring's bloom, hides screams I'll never unhear. The river ritual in the springtime would sever. Since I was young, I've always had a green thumb, a love for plants and nature that shaped my childhood. But this story isn't about gardening, it's about something far more unsettling. One of the best parts of the changing of the season, at least where I live, is the blooming of all the trees. A spectacle of color and life that transforms the landscape, a sight I cherish deeply. I spend considerable time outside with my black lab, Riley, my constant companion in a life that's largely solitary. I live in a heavily forested area filled with streams, rivers, mountains, and beautiful sights to see, a natural paradise that feels like a world apart. Its beauty a balm for my reclusive soul. As a bit of a recluse, I don't go out much in the normal sense, preferring the quiet of the woods to social gatherings. I haven't dated in years, and most of my friends live in other parts of the country, leaving me with few connections. beyond my immediate surroundings. My job allows me to work from home, giving me a lot of freedom to live on my own terms, a luxury I wouldn't have if I worked a traditional job. One of those freedoms being the ability to go on long walks with my dog and get lost in nature, metaphorically of course, as I know these trails like the back of my hand. On one beautiful spring afternoon, with the air fresh and the trees in full bloom, I witnessed something strange, an event that felt sinister in a way I can't fully explain, leaving me to wonder if I'm thinking too much into it, or if there was truly something dark at play. I'll do my best to describe the events of that afternoon, hoping someone can tell me I'm not crazy, that what I saw wasn't just my imagination running wild. It was one of those beautiful spring days, where all you want to do is be outside. The kind of day that feels like a gift after a long winter. The sun warm, the breeze gentle, the forest alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. I woke up extra early and got most of my work done by 10 a.m., eager to spend the day outdoors, finishing my work and gearing up to spend the next several hours with Riley, my doggo, walking the trails near my home. I'm not an intense hiker, more of a casual hiker, so I took my time, traversing the trails and breathing in the new spring air, the scent of blooming flowers and damp earth filling my lungs. A moment of peace in my solitary life. After an hour or so, I decided to sit near one of the streams and relax. The gentle trickle of water, a soothing backdrop, the sunlight filtering through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. I thought I heard something weird, a sound that didn't belong in nature, like the mumbling of a disgruntled man, low and gruff, a noise that made me pause, my senses sharpening as I scanned the area. I looked around and across the stream. Hidden behind some bushes, I saw a bigger man, not muscular but huskier, his presence unexpected in the quiet woods, his movements heavy as he stomped along the stream's edge. The springtime woods, a place of beauty and solitude, had always been my refuge, a sanctuary where I could escape the world with Riley. The blooming trees, a reminder of life's renewal. But that afternoon, the mumbling man across the stream introduced a note of discord, a sinister undertone that would soon deepen, turning my peaceful walk into a memory of fear, a ritual by the river that would haunt me every spring. I sat by the stream, Riley at my side, the water's gentle trickle, a soothing contrast to the vibrant springtime woods, the blooming trees painting the landscape in shades of green and gold, a perfect moment of peace. But the mumbling of a disgruntled man I'd heard moments ago lingered in my mind, a sound that didn't belong, pulling my attention across the stream. Hidden behind some bushes, I watched the man for a few seconds, his presence unsettling in the quiet forest. He stomped by the stream, his movements heavy, his irate tone clear, even though I couldn't hear what he was saying. The anger in his voice, a stark contrast to the serene pretendings. He was carrying a large duffel bag, the kind you'd bring to the gym or a sporting event, its size and weight, a curious detail that caught my eye, a red flag that made my stomach twist. The biggest red flag of all was when he walked by, and my dog growled, a low guttural sound that sent a chill down. My spine really doesn't growl at anybody. Her gentle nature, a constant in my life. Her reaction, a warning I couldn't ignore. This moment was weird and off-putting, lasting only a few seconds, less than 2 minutes, before he was out of sight, his mumbling fading into the distance, leaving me with a lingering unease. We eventually got moving again, Riley and I continuing our hike for another couple of hours, the trail winding deeper into the woods, the beautiful stream turning into a rapid river, its flow outrageous this time of year due to the spring rains, a force of nature that could sweep anything away in seconds. In the summer, I'd let the dog jump in, but this time of year, she'd be swept away. So I kept a healthy distance from the water, the river's power a spectacle to look at, its roar a reminder of nature's untamed beauty. I decided to take another rest by the river before heading back. The rushing water, a mesmerizing sight, its L-shaped bend creating a natural hook in the landscape, a feature I'd always found fascinating. I sat on one side of the L, the river's lower hook part, visible across from me, the water's roar filling the air, a moment of calm after the earlier unease. But then I heard Riley growl again, her hackles rising, her eyes fixed on something across the river, and when I bent over to ask her what was wrong, I saw the man from earlier, roughly 50 feet away, on the lower hook of the L, his back to me, his presence a jolt of fear that made my heart race. I immediately felt uncomfortable, my instincts screaming danger, and repositioned myself behind a big rock, the stone a shield as I watched him. My breath shallow, Riley's growl a low warning beside me. The man looked angry and beside himself, his movements erratic as he kicked up dirt and rocks, screaming with a loud, angry tone I couldn't decipher over the rushing water, his rage a stark contrast to the peaceful woods, a storm of emotion that felt out of place, sinister in its intensity. I saw him go into the duffel bag, pulling out small, tied-up bags, and started throwing them into the river, each toss accompanied by a scream, his actions unhinged, the sight making me feel sick for reasons I couldn't explain. A gut feeling that something was terribly wrong. A ritual by the river that turned the springtime woods into a place of dread. The river's roar drowned out his words, but not his rage. The small bags sinking into the rapid current, their contents a mystery that filled me with dread. Riley's growl, a constant reminder of the danger I couldn't see. The springtime woods no longer a sanctuary, but a stage 4, a sinister act, a moment that would haunt me long after the man disappeared into the trees. The man's actions by the river grew more unhinged with every small package he threw, his screams echoing over the rushing water, a display of rage that made my stomach churn. Riley's growl, a constant warning beside me. He finally tossed the last package into the river, his scream louder than before, a primal sound that sent a shiver down my spine, and after a moment of sitting still, he grabbed the empty bag and started to walk away, his movements heavy, his figure a dark silhouette against the blooming trees. I dove to the ground with Riley when I noticed he was walking in my direction, my heart pounding as I pressed myself against the earth, the rock shielding us, the last thing I wanted being for him to think I was spying on him. The fear of confrontation, a vice around my chest. I'd never been so nervous in my life, the man's proximity a tangible threat. My breath shallow as I waited, praying he wouldn't see us. He was inches from me as he walked by, his boots crunching on the forest floor, and thankfully, he didn't notice me or Riley, his focus elsewhere, but I could see he was clearly crying, tears streaming down his face, a stark contrast to his earlier rage, his silence now more unsettling than his mumbling, a man broken by something I couldn't understand. I stayed down with Riley for a long time, waiting until I was sure enough time had passed that I wouldn't run into him. My body tense, my mind racing with what I'd just witnessed. I spent the next couple of hours terrified that he'd jump out at me, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig making me jump. But thankfully, nothing like that happened, and I never saw the man again, his presence a ghost that haunted the woods, a memory I couldn't shake. I spent a long time thinking about that afternoon, replaying the events, wondering what could have been in that bag. The small packages sinking into the river, a mystery that gnawed at me. I often tried to tell myself it was nothing, or maybe a grieving process for a loved one, a way to rationalize the sinister feeling, to keep my mind from going to the darkest corner of my brain. But sometimes that's hard. The image of those bags, his screams, too vivid to dismiss. Every spring, when I take Riley out, I'm reminded of that weird and ominous memory. And whenever I look across the river, I almost expect to see him standing there, looking at me. A shadow that lingers in the blooming woods, a fear that with the season, the river ritual in the springtime woods left a mark I can't erase. A moment of terror that taught me to trust my instincts, to heed the warnings of nature and my dog, a lesson in the dangers that can hide in the most beautiful places. I still walk those trails, but I'm more cautious now, always watching for shadows, always listening for the sound of a disgruntled man. The memory of that afternoon, a haunting reminder of how quickly peace can turn to fear. A mystery I'll never solve, but will always carry. Well, today's story has come to an end, but did those mysterious events really finish? Be careful, for the darkness might still linger somewhere out there. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to follow more terrifying ghost stories. Sleep well, if you dare.